Alright, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. I think Mario's doing okay. Everything else seems to be okay here. Anyway, alright. Hey guys, how's it going? Hope everything's well. Welcome to another stream. We're gonna be doing something a little bit different today, but we're gonna be starting on this screen for reasons. Why am I starting on this screen? Anyway, I hope you guys did your Gunsmoke this week, or at least today's the last day of Gunsmoke, so hope you guys did your Gunsmoke today. I almost forgot about the Gunsmoke, to be honest, until someone reminded me, oh yeah, we still got freaking 2 days left, and so quickly did it. I didn't do too well on my last day here. What happened here? Last day of Gunsmoke. Total score. That's not what I'm looking at. Is there a record of what today's score is supposed to look like? I'm almost certain it should be somewhere here. War report. Ah, here we go. It actually does show. Oh geez. It also shows the team comp. The shame of the team comp, as well as just how well you did. Interesting. Yeah, I tried something a little bit different today with the addition of Yohi to the burn team. It did not work as well as I thought it would, and Yohi just kind of died in the middle. Then again, it was on auto, so that didn't really do much. Anyway, geez, the amount of just the amount of stuff, info here for anyone who really wants to drill down what everyone did and how they did it is kind of crazy. And you can see the replay. Stay tuned. Never mind, you can't see the replay yet, but that does make me a little scared that they can check the replay if they really wanted to and see how the heck did you screw this up so badly. But that was just the first try. My second try was quite a bit better. How the heck do you get the 5,000s? Ah, I see. This must be manual. This has got to be manual, and you got like mix of physical and corrosion here. No heals. I think that's the most impressive part about this. There are no heals in this team. So 5,000 sounds like the boss actually died. Interesting. And we have someone over here that just went for the non-boss battle, probably because either they didn't have confidence or they just got to 60 recently, and it's like, ooh, okay. We're just gonna do this and ignore the rest. But despite all that, the platoon is still very healthy as far as ranking goes. So not too worried about that. Yeah. Anyway, I don't like this boss. I don't like this boss. This is like my least favorite boss so far that we've been hit with. But then again, we haven't really been hit by too many bosses. I think we've been hit by mainly the Titan and the. Is it mostly Titan? It's mostly the KCCO bot plus crap. Was there anything else besides the KCCO bot? I feel like it's just the KCCO bot before this. It's been a while. Anyway, so hopefully everything's gonna be fine there. But yes. I was gonna do a little bit more of the coordination drill here. I think we still had, how many more chapters? We still had like 2 more chapters here. And I'm reminded how long these take, and I don't really know how long these 2 parts of the stories are gonna take. So I might save that for next time. Dish Gruff are for No Brain Gunsmoke. Also, Dish Gruff was super easy in the sense that it can't damage you. It's like super weak. I don't know why the heck this particular boss hurts so much. It's like you're forced to have a healer, but you kind of can't have a healer. Well, some people don't choose a healer. I'm like, how? How are you surviving? That should not be possible, but they did. So yeah. But anyway, I don't know. I kind of want to do a little bit of the soccer game just to see what else is there. But I might save it for a dedicated Girls Frontline 2 stream, but just because that takes a little while. And when we do the thing today, that I have a feeling it's gonna take a while. I looked at how many parts there are, and it's classic Girls Frontline 1 with a number of chapters and probably the number of words on the screen. So am I gonna get through the Zombieland Saga collab today? I don't know. Interested in how Story Collector did this event? Yeah, I've never actually used a Story Collector before. We will be using Story Collector because there's no event itself in the game for Zombieland Saga. They don't have those archive as far as I'm aware. And even, let's say you did miss it, I don't think it would be archived since you didn't go through it. So yeah, I am aware that there is a collab event happening in Girls Frontline 1 right now. I do not know. I did not know actually that it was happening at first. So yeah, probably would have done that instead if I remembered. But already had plans, so we're gonna stick to the plan. We're gonna stick to the plan. There is one thing I have to point out though. Oh crap, I forgot to get this. It's very sneaky that they have the reset for this so late in the day, at least for me, that if I forget about this, I don't get any of the intelligence supplies at all. So that's a little bit annoying. This though. This is probably the weirdest event, commission, side event for me. Not just because we have high render Kalinia over here. So, but when you click on it, the talking animation is way too smooth. Way too smooth, way too high res. I don't like it. So, why does your time limit event have a ping? That's a good question. We're gonna check it out. I think it's because I didn't do challenge mode. And I don't plan to do challenge mode until all 5 stages are open. So, that's probably why. This, though, is this a daily thing? Because I don't think we have 12 daily quests every day. So, what the heck is going on over here? Also, give 2 any affinity gifts. Now, I don't know how often these things repeat. I'm assuming you do 1, and they repeat eventually. But, yeah, we have 11, if you can even do all 11. Most people can't, because of this affinity gift thing. The affinity gifts, if you have all your dolls maxed out as high as you can get them, you can't do this. So I don't know what they were thinking when they added this into the list. It should have been like something else in here. Like, I don't know, not dispatch. Like, maybe go into... maybe like go into... the new game mode we have, what is it, the boundary? That boundary mode? It should have been something like that, not 2 affinity gifts. I have everyone maxed out. Yeah, I've been hoarding the chips, I've been hoarding the gifts, and so everyone is maxed out. And I have no one to give gifts to. Let me look at this. This bat here. everyone is maxed out as far as I can get it. So they're all stuck at 5. They won't go any higher because I refuse to give any of them rings. So in essence, they're maxed out. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dolls I do not have. So that's not happening anytime soon either. I guess if I knew this was gonna be a event condition, I probably would have I don't know, been a little bit more attentive about it, or at least saved it for a little bit. Roll for Yohi, yeah. How about no? How about no? I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna get all of them eventually, but I have priorities. Okay, I got priorities. I got this to save. Oh, I forgot to do one thing. I've been pretty bad about collecting my stuff over here, so I should probably do that. Let's get the skin, because that's important. Get this skin, get this skin. Why is it all snowy? I'll probably never use this. But let's grab that. That's the important stuff anyway. Not all these other things here. So, yeah. I think that takes care of that. But challenge mode is the one that's recently got open, but not all of these are open at the same time, I feel. So that's gonna have to wait. Did you buy the skin from the shop? No, because I don't have Yohi. Why would I buy the skin from the shop if I don't have Yohi? I mean, look at this. No, I'm not buying that yet. No Yohi, no buy. I'm also saving the rest of my credits for future skins that are not these. So I gotta admit, I'm kind of sort of tempted to get Wawa's skin over here. Wait, I thought Wawa had 2. Oh, she does have 2 skins. Wawa does have 2 skins. That's why I was a little confused. Oh, the trading shop skin. I already did that. Trading post? Which trading post skin? You mean the Glory Store skin? I'm not there yet. I am still at 1880. So I'm not getting the Vector skin. Also, I don't know if I want to get these yet. Tempting, super tempting to get all the other skins here. But I'll be honest, I don't know what to use this stuff for. The medals for. I'm assuming the access permissions and the cores are bait. Where refreshes monthly? Which one are you talking about? Dispatch? Not dispatch. Neural integration? That's not it. That's not it. Oh, I didn't even know this existed. Oh, I didn't know this. Why not? Let's grab it. It's only 1 ticket. Let's grab it. I did not know that was there. Well, taken, and it will never come back. So, I guess I mean I probably would have found that out. I probably would have found it whenever I went through this when reset happens. But yeah, now I grabbed it now, so it's gone now. And apparently monthly reset is tomorrow, or soon anyway. 9 hours, technically tomorrow, technically not so soon, but also. Anyway, yeah, part of me was like, let's do a little bit of football/soccer today, and go for the Zombieland Saga event right afterwards. But I think we'll just go straight to the Zombieland Saga event because I have a feeling that's going to be a very, very long read, just like any other Girls Frontline reading event. So we're going to move to a different screen because I don't think this screen is good for this. So let me move over. We're going to go over here. And I'm gonna close Girls Frontline 2. Bye-bye, Girls Frontline 2. And as you can see, we're ready and prepped for the event itself. And this is probably going to be very, very loud, so I'm going to be adjusting some volumes on the fly. Just FYI, things are going to get loud. So bear with me for like a minute. That is freaking loud, holy crap. And there's no volume control on this. So I'm going to have to like lower it for you guys. Hopefully that's low enough. And I gotta lower it for me, specifically. Okay, is it too loud? Are we good? Because I don't know if I can go any lower. We should be okay. I'm hoping. Okay. Nothing changed audio-wise. Is it still loud? The audio should be a little bit lower than before, or no, did that not actually happen? A little bit loud. Okay, let me see if I can lower it a little bit more. How about now? Because I can't really hear the audio for the stream. We're good? Okay. We'll keep it there then. Alright, Zombieland Saga, as you may have known, at least for Girls Frontline 1, is already done, and they don't archive those stories in Girls Frontline 1, so there's no way for me to read it except for the story reader, which you can see in the description. I think that story reader has been in the description ever since I found out about it, so check it out for any events you have missed and don't have access to. But yeah, I've only seen the first Zombieland Saga season. I'm aware that there's a second season. I don't think they made a third one yet, and I haven't seen the second season. But yeah, so there were like a few mini games in the actual event, which we won't be able to do, for obvious reasons. And you can kind of see here on the side that there are multiple chapters, though you can't see the names because they're off screen. But there's like day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, up to day 7. I don't think there's any selections here, but I see there are 9 endings and an epilogue. So that's a lot of stuff to go through, and I don't know how long that's gonna take. So I guess we might as well just get started here. And hope for the best. Hope for the best. This is my first time using the story viewer, so we'll see how it goes. At the Commander's dorm, back in Griffin, good old Griffin times, a haggard and sleep-deprived commander sits lethargically on the sofa, waiting for Kalina to finish double-checking their work. Back when she was actually okay with us and somewhat happy. All the urgent tasks are now out of the way. Alright, have you dealt with the ones that I mentioned earlier? Clears throat. I knew it. My insomnia is so bad I haven't been able to focus properly for days. Oh, right. Before Mei-Ling. Right. And then Mei-Ling has insomnia. Right. Thankfully, I guess Kalina never picked up drinking. Fine, I'll sort them out for you. Sheesh, sometimes I wonder who really is the commander here. Despite her incessant grumbling, Kalina collects all the paperwork on the commander's desk. You're truly exceptional, Commander Kalina. Please appoint me as your adjutant. Oh, hell no. You just slow down my money-making. Kalina pulls a playful face and opens the door to leave. I'll be going then. Try to get some rest. Thank you, Kalin. Do something about that insomnia and pull yourself together, Commander. There's a lot more work waiting for you. Yeah. The commander curls up under their blanket and waves weakly at the departing Kalina. Thud. The door is closed. The commander immediately lights up and reaches out to... Thud. The door's open again. Why? By the way, I forgot to ask, how's the insomnia treatment that G11 suggested? Insomnia treatment? G11? Does that even make sense? Now curled up under the blanket once more, the ashen-faced commander nods slowly. It seems to be working a little. That's good to hear. And she leaves again. Kalina smiles brightly and closes the door again. After making sure that her footsteps have receded into the distance, the commander slips out from under the blanket and creeps up to their gaming console. This is like mom checking up on us and making sure we're sleeping, and then we're gaming after she leaves. Wow. The suspended interface comes to life, and a minimalistic game menu comes into view. G11's so stingy. How could she hoard such a fun game all to herself for so long? It kept me up all night. With dark circles around their eyes, the commander presses the start button. Right, so this is the cause of the insomnia, not the cure for the insomnia. Is that it? Is that it for that scene? Okay. In Deer's workshop, G11 presses the play button, and Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major starts trickling slowly from the hi-fi system. What is a hi-fi system? I don't think I've heard that before. The music feels like the gentle embrace of moonlight, and her eyelids grow heavier and heavier. Her eyes suddenly snap wide open. Gah! Oh, she's on her mod 3. Jesus. What the hell, G11? Deer was so startled he dropped his banner on my foot. I think I sent the wrong tape. What tape? You don't mean... Oh, G11 sent the tape to answer the commander's call for suggestions to cure their insomnia. So what did you really send? I can't remember. We're done for. You never know what kind of scary things you'll find in G11's pile of trash. UMP45 retrieves a playing cassette tape from the hi-fi system. Her eyes narrow as she studies the blank case. Could it be that... What do we do, 45? Should we call Miss Kalina and explain the situation? Then we'd be exposing ourselves. It'd make us look very unprofessional. It's been 24 hours, but we haven't heard anything from them. That means... the commander hasn't found out yet? Or maybe they've already found out. But they're enjoying themselves. But... I still think we should say something. The commander has been working so hard, it doesn't hurt for them to relax every now and then. We shouldn't interrupt their R&R. UMP-45 holds down UMP-9's communicator. Her eyes flicker dangerously as she grins. Do they know what it is? What's the meaning of this? The commander lowers their controller and stares at the new interface in confusion. Oh, he was expecting some gaming, but it's not gaming. Congratulations! You have cleared the highest difficulty. You may now start building a whole new world that is entirely your own. Please select your preference from the following options. What kind of game does she give him? Select my preferences to randomly generate a new stage? A cute and gentle maid idol who can chop up 3 tons of firewood in a day? Okay. Cold and elegant doll idol who can kick a hole right through your chest? A versatile zombie idol who can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball? Ah! Sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. Is this, crap, I forgot their names. This is the lead girl in Zombieland Saga. I can't imagine who the other two are, though. Could be anyone. This B has got to be I. I don't know who A is supposed to be. But let's go with C. Let's go with C. It's my favorite, of course. No fun in not picking the hardest boss, huh? Click. The commander selects option C decisively. The interface disappears from the screen like a bunched up piece of paper. The commander gazes at the loading screen in a daze as their consciousness also goes into the garbage can. I really shouldn't stay up all night. Okay, so he zonks out after starting it? Okay. Drowning in a thick wave of drowsiness, the commander loses control over their own body. Splash. The waves strike the hull of the boat rhythmically. The salty sea air is laced with a barely noticeable tinge of floral fragrance, like a perfume sprayed onto an invitation card that pulls you to a gala. What kind of description was that? Where am I? SAGA. SAGA. I've never heard of this place. Time is running short. Things are already set in motion. The wave's impact grows sharper and louder, and the once steady boat underneath also starts rocking violently. What are you talking about? And who are you? I am SAGA, and SAGA is me. I am... Who, is anyone speaking? Who is question mark? The boat suddenly surges forward at high speed. You can hear the sound of the bow, of its bow cutting through the surface of the sea. The salty sea air disappears, and the sound of waves also drifts away as you find yourself now lying on a concrete floor. The pungent and musty scent of mold mixed with dust assaults your nose. You try to open your eyes. What a sight to wake up to. What a sight to wake up to. Oh crap, what is this song? Oh no, there's not a song. They're actually speaking. この人目が覚めた. This guy, his eyes are opening. It's interesting that they're speaking in Japanese here. It's actually in Japanese. And I guess it kind of makes sense that it's untranslated because the commander would not be able to understand this. Yokatta. Yokatta. Daijoubu? That's great. That's good. Is he okay? Are they okay? Nanika itte kudasai. Nanita itte kudasai. I have no clue how to translate that. You find yourself surrounded by several girls. Their faces have a spooky green tint, and they seem to be saying something. Then you notice the seams all over their bodies, which suggests the body parts are clearly stitched together. Right now, they're all staring expectantly at you, as if waiting for a response. Your eyes widen in terror. You open your mouth, but the only sound that comes out is a scream. Alids! He hopefully has no gun. Thankfully, the many years of training has given you some decent skills and reflexes. You immediately roll to one side and reach for the pistol behind your waist, but it isn't there. You take a deep breath and feel calmly for the combat knife stowed in your boot. It isn't there either. Hey, what kind of popping is that supposed to be? The fierce-looking blonde Elid with a microphone stand hoisted on her shoulder marches up to you. Unarmed and completely vulnerable, you can only back away. Kalina, we're the dolls! Help! Please calm down. I thought Kotaro has already told you about our situation. Why are all the sprites so in like many different sizes? What the heck? Please be consistent when you do this. Please relax. We mean you no harm. Lily's a good girl. Really? Lily. You lower your guard just a little as you reach into your breast pocket for your handkerchief and wipe the sweat from your brow. Some strip-like objects come falling out. Squid shreds? Judging by the smell, they seem to be dry shredded squid. Ah! Yes! The actual zombie here. One of the Elids suddenly come charging at you. Your already high-strung nerves snap. Driven by pure instincts, you dash out of this dark and cramped basement, all the while screaming at the top of your lungs. Stay away from me! You race toward the light as the Elid's frenzied footsteps and growls chase you from behind. She just wants a squid. Just give it to her. This appears to be a very old mansion. Unfamiliar with the layout, you run around like a headless chicken and have somehow made your way to the second floor. By the way, I have been to this mansion before, in SAGA, and you can't really get past the gate, but there are like little things to tell you, hey, this is the same place as the Zombieland Saga place. I think you can actually take a tour in it. Let me see if I can find the picture that I took though. Where is it? Trying to remember. Ooh, I found it. That was actually pretty easy. Let me see if I can get this on screen. See, do I have a picture of the house itself? I do. Okay. So we have two things I can show you here. Nice music, by the way. So this is the actual house. I think it's that red building in the back. Let me double check. Is it actually the red building in the back? It's a little hard to tell. Actually, it might not even be the red building in the back, but I could probably tell you it is, and we could say, yeah, it probably is. But inside the actual building that you can't really go to, and when I went there that one time, it was raining, so I wouldn't be able to go in anyway, because they were closed and stuff. You see this. You see little, very, very sloppily put together like head mannequins with the wigs and face cutouts for the, what do you call it, for the characters in the anime. So yeah, this is by the way, this is me taking a picture all the way from the gate. Keep that in mind. So it's kind of far and I really can't get too close, but I do think they had tours. Just there were no tours happening at the time. I think they only happened on certain days too. It's not a place most people go to anyway. Saga Prefecture, as the anime says, is dying because it's like a very rural part of Japan, and no one just really goes there. Visit it at night. Hope for zombies. Sure. Actually, that would be probably pretty cool. Also, you might get in trouble because I do feel like they have they might have security cameras around there. You could try. I don't think it would happen, but you could try. Anyway, but yeah, the mansion does exist. 100% exists. There is no sign of the Elids for now, but you seem to have shaken them off. At this brief moment of respite, you lean against the wall to catch your breath as you start gathering your thoughts. Calm down. Put things together. I was gaming in my dorm, so how did I end up here when I opened my eyes again? And what's with that strange voice? Hold on. I think I get it. I stayed up all night gaming and fell asleep in front of the console. Then I vaguely heard some cryptic opening lines that didn't really mean anything. Putting everything together is only one conclusion. A dream! I must be dreaming! Just before I dozed off, the game mentioned something about zombie idol. So that's why I'm dreaming about such things. Now that you have it all figured out, you let out a sigh of relief. Since you know it's just a dream, you know exactly what to do. Thud thud thud. A series of footsteps come from the stairs. They're catching up. But you are no longer frightened. You feel calm energy returning to your body, and you even feel an urge to laugh. Stop running! Please listen to what we have to say. We really don't want to hurt you. Say no more. I understand everything. Turning to face the Elids that are drawing ever closer, you smile serenely. The next second, you dash towards the wall and throw yourself heroically against it. But instead of colliding with the wall and waking up from the dream, you crash right through the rotting structure and into the air. Huh? That is when you realize a very important axiom. What's an axiom? No matter which parallel universe you're in, gravity always pulls you down. Oh, this person's coming too. That's a relief. Are you all right? Oh, okay, so there's a translation from the earlier exchange. Ah. Please say something. You find yourself surrounded by several girls. Their faces have a spooky green tint, and there are seams all over their bodies, the same line as earlier. Right now, they're all staring expectantly at you as if waiting for a response. Did the game restart? You try to sit up, only to realize that you're securely tied up. Yeah, it starts a little bit differently now, huh? Why have you tied me up? Release me! You better stop this right now. My people are coming for me, and we know your IP address. You start struggling vehemently. Your high-pitched shouts resound through the basement. High-pitched? The commander must be really into character, or screaming like a little girl. But the girls standing before you seem utterly unfazed. One of them, the redhead, even offers you a glass of water considerately. Considerately, there we go. I bet you're thirsty after shouting for so long. Please have some water. I won't drink even if I die of thirst. Then you better stop shouting. Nobody will hear you even if you shout your head off. You just fell from the second floor. Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Why is Lily on the chair huddled like this? I'm assuming this is the damage art for Lily. But why is Lily on the chair? You looked really cool when you jumped. Like you were just like a stunt person in the movies. And you're actually okay. Are you also a zombie? Zombie? You're not Elliot? Oh, these are all damage arts? Looks like Kotaro hasn't told you anything. It should be quite obvious just looking at us. We all have been resurrected as zombies. But it doesn't matter what we are. You just have to be responsible for our training and daily routine for the next 7 days. While he's off doing what? Where is Kotaro in all of this? Kotaro? Hold on. I have to be responsible for what? Hey, is asking questions the only thing you can do? The blonde girl grabs you by your collar and you find yourself almost face to face with her. Observing her closely, you notice the girl is not wearing any makeup at all. No makeup and the smell. They do seem to be real zombies. So, you're the expert hired by Kotaro, aren't you? What kind of expert? Oh dear, what shall we do? The blue-haired girl sighs in defeat. It'll take a lot of effort to explain all the whats and whys, but we don't have the time. So I'm just going to tell you what to do directly. But... oh wow, is this the actual, is this the actual interface when the game was live? Dang, you actually get a little bit of idol training. Before you can argue, the blue-haired girl has already shoved a map into your face. To become a successful idol group, these 5 aspects are all indispensable. Intonation, rhythm, savings, vigor, and inspiration. Savings? Wait, why is there savings? We can work on improving these aspects by going to different places. To improve our intonation, we'll have to go to the karaoke box. The dance studios for improving our rhythm. To increase our savings, we must work at the convenience store. Eating at the fast food restaurant will give us... well, wait, I think there was something else here. Wait. Log. Working at the eating the fast food restaurant will give us some vigor. And finally, inspiration will come to us in the bathhouse. Slow down, I couldn't remember any of that.
Damn it, listen carefully. We only have 7 days left. Our most important performance is in 7 days. So you must make good use of the little time we have left to arrange our training program, while also leaving enough time for us to work and make money.
In 7 days? Nah, no way. Can't you just pack these 7 days full?
No, there's a limit to our energy. We can only train or work in the morning and in the afternoon. So you can only arrange 2 activities for us in a day. Please do be reasonable and consider.
Oh, okay. So you do have to replay this several times in order to max out everything. Because it doesn't make sense how you are able to max this out in just 7 days. It's just not possible. Before we start talking about the arrangements, I have one more question.
Shoot.
Who exactly are you? How do I know who to send where?
You don't have to worry about that. You simply have to decide what needs to be done in any given day and head to the corresponding locations. You will encounter different members of the group at different places. Help us complete our training or work and our abilities will improve. On top of that, you'll also learn about us as we spend time together.
I see. Looks like we're about to get very busy. Who the hell are...
Well, we have indeed forgotten to introduce ourselves. I'm member number 1, Sakura Minamoto,
Just a regular high school girl until she got isekai by a truck.
Number 2, Saki Nikaido, also the leader of Friend Choo-Choo. Nice to meet you.
Somehow the leader of both this and an ex-biker gang.
Number 3, I'm Mizuno.
Mizuno Ai, legendary idol of the current days.
I'm Junko Kono Junko, member number 4.
Idol from the... Not idol. I guess, no, she wasn't idol. She was an idol from like the 80s or something like that.
Number 5, Yugiri, I'll be in your care.
Very, very old. How old would she be? She's probably like from the 1800s or something like that. At the earliest.
Lily Hoshikawa, number 6.
Right, and we just give her name here, Yamada Tae. But is anyone gonna introduce her?
This is number 0, Yamada Tai. Should we repeat that again?
No, it's only 7 names. It's only 7 names compared to the 400 plus that we have to remember for our dolls.
Now you must be aware of our situation. What are your thoughts?
There's no big deal at all. Please send the minutes of this meeting to my adjutant. Send the meeting to my adjutant. Please type up the minutes of this meeting and send it to my... I don't have an adjutant with me. Looks like I'm on my own.
To sum it up quickly, right now we need more intense training to bring our annotation rhythm to a higher standard. On top of that, we need to improve our financial situation. We've all been working part-time jobs. As our manager, you should also rack up some savings by working at the convenience store regularly. If you're tired, you can visit the bathhouse for some inspiration or head to the fast food restaurant to gain more vigor.
Wow, so this is like, there's got to be a whole different feeling for the commander. Like, no more war, just idol and zombie craziness.
This should be a piece of cake for an expert like you. Now, please direct us in our training, Manager-sama.
You find some familiarity from these unfamiliar faces in this unfamiliar environment. So much familiarity in one sentence. You're used to being surrounded by girls who look expectantly to you for orders. You smile as the faces of these strangers overlap with the girls in your memory.
I understand. Now, one last thing. Please go ahead. Stop calling me manager or an expert or whatnot. In my world, in my profession, everyone calls me commander. Yes, commander. You dust off your tattered clothes and get up from the floor. You look around at the zombie idols standing before you. War, dolls, Paradise, all of that are about to fade into the past. Starting today, your life will be filled with idols, mundane daily activities, and glory? Accept the situation and turn over a new leaf. Be defined and find your way back home. Nah, screw war. Let's go. Accept the situation. You throw yourself onto the bed, not quite sure how you're feeling. Too many things have happened today. You find yourself at a bit of a loss. Through your jumbled thoughts, you hear a voice humming softly. The voice is sweet and mellow, and it soothes your taut nerves like a refreshing countryside breeze on a spring day. The SAGA is pretty much a countryside, but it's got stuff for a countryside. Why are there so many idols in Girls Frontline too? Good question. Why is there? That's why. Amid the gentle song, you drift off to sleep and have the first sweet dream since you started losing sleep. End of story. Okay, so that was the intro. What does... Oh, there's even the night scenes for each one of them. Okay. Guess we'll go through all the scenes here. There's a diner gate on the ball. Why is there a diner gate on the ball? Inside the dance studio. Ai is practicing earnestly by herself. She looks a little bit weird on this in this render. Like I think I can kind of see the dark circles. Oh wow. I think this is actually her song. Dang. This is the idol thing that I kind of hope we got with Yohi instead. But instead we were running around chasing a mobile ice machine. Nice. You can't help but lose yourself in watching her performance as she demonstrates her qualities as a top-class idol. And for the first time, these zombie girls start to feel like idols to you. I like that song though. You try to chat up Ai, but she responds coldly. As it turns out, Ai distrusts you, given that you tried to run away before. She also believes that a person who can't take idols seriously can't handle being her manager, leading to an awkward situation. End moment. Wow, that was that was very short. I guess this is when trust is like still starting out. Should we check out the songs? Definitely should. Okay, where are we at this time? Inside the karaoke box. As you accompany Sakura and Junko in their practice, your mind wanders back to plotting your return to Griffin. We're still trying to escape. Sakura asks for feedback and you try to mumble your way through it. Junko looks disappointed. You tell her that you don't know anything about music. Junko walks out of the karaoke box after accusing you of not taking this seriously enough. Wow, Commander is fumbling through this. First time being Pichan here. Sakura tries to comfort you, saying that as a legendary Showa idol, her standards are extremely high. However, you acknowledge that you weren't being serious enough because your heart isn't really in becoming an idol manager. The whole idea just seems ridiculous to you. Sakura laughs and says that back when she lost her memory, someone told her that her aim was to become the greatest idol. And then she got isekai by a truck. Not really isekai, but she still got hit with a truck. She thought it was ridiculous too, but after that, she learned a lot and realized that she herself had dreamed of becoming an idol before her death. Sakura encourages you to take this job seriously because you might come across unexpected surprises along the way. And she also gives you tips on how to study up on music theory quickly. So it's gonna be like little scenes like that. I see. Might as well see every single one of them. Why not? Ah, there's the actual house!
Yeah, so there's the actual outside of the house. I don't think the real thing looks quite as decrepit. They did renovate it, but yeah, you definitely can't get past this gate though. That's a no-go zone. You aren't prepared to be a proper idol manager yet, so you decide to go out for a walk. To the hot springs. There is a hot springs town nearby. Not nearby. There's a hot springs town in Saga Prefecture. Urashino Hot Springs. It's not. It's a nice small place. I didn't see a whole lot of people over there though when I visited. But there is like a free foot bath that you can use and just chill out while just taking in the view and stuff. Kind of nice and relaxing at least. After arriving at the public bathhouse, you decide to try out the baths at the urging of the bath attendant. All of Yuguri's sprites are extremely small. Is it all extremely small? Just then, Yugiri shows up and strikes up a conversation with you. She just finished dance practice and took a bath. And after learning that you wanted to explore Saga, she takes it up onto herself to play tour guide. Yep, this is exactly what Saga City looks like. Exactly like this. At least the main street down. She takes you to several places with which Franchuchu frequents and buys you some Saga specialty snacks. After taking you to the dance studio and the karaoke box, she encourages you to check out everyone's progress. After all, everyone is looking forward to your arrival. It's only later that you realize how much trouble Yugiri has gone to. Okay, why is it all little bits of what do you call this? Little bits of summaries here. Is this drive-in Tori? Or is this a No, this doesn't look like drive-in Tori. No, this is drive-in Tori. Oh, dang, they even put in drive-in Tori here. Oh. Well, if anyone hasn't seen Zombieland Saga, drive-in and don't know what drive-in Tori is. Drive-in Tori is this, what do you call this? Chicken barbecue place. That's like, if you go from Fukuoka to the chicken barbecue place, it's like 4 hours one way. And it sounds like a really, really long place, really, really long trip to go just for chicken barbecue. But holy crap, that 4 hours was worth it once I got there. It's like the best pieces of chicken I've ever had. Out in the middle of freaking nowhere. Holy crap. They do have a closer location near Fukuoka, but I hear the quality isn't quite as good as the original location. Somehow it's not quite as good. But if this is the same setup, there should be some sliding doors around here, unless this is just a regular restaurant. Anyway, you head to the fast food restaurant to grab a bite and happen to encounter Saki, who's working here. However, she's arguing with the owner. Turns out Saki was arguing with a customer. The owner tries to teach her that the customer is always right, but Saki insists that it was those customers' fault. The customer is not always right. You just have to figure out how to make them realize it. After seeing that the argument is going nowhere, you decide to step in and soothe the owner's feelings, while assuring him that she'll do better next time. The owner decides to drop the matter but warns you that this won't happen again. Despite helping Saki resolve her problem, she scorns you for wimping out and states that she still doesn't trust you. Okay. So it's all, I guess who else have we not met up yet? Lily, we haven't seen Lily yet. And Tai. You're filled with curiosity after coming to this new world and want to know what kind of strange things are sold in the convenience stores here. Thus, your first stop is a convenience store. Gotcha! And Girls Frontline! Girls Frontline on all the screens! Wait, who's this doll on this poster all the way back here? I can't really tell. Sadly, their stock is a little different from that of your world. Disappointed, you're about to leave when you encounter Tai. She doesn't seem capable of expressing herself verbally. She grabs a packet of dried shredded squid and tries to leave the store just like that without paying. Shameless self-promo. The store clerk sees her and stops her. Since you're completely unfamiliar with this new world, you think it's probably wise to be on good terms with the girls. So you pay for the packet of dried shredded squid, much as it pains you. However, Tai shows no sign of gratitude. She simply wolfs the squid down and swaggers off. You are mildly annoyed, but after the clerk explains things, you decide that Tai is just an introverted, good-natured girl who acts a little strange. And still a zombie somehow. And so you catch up to Tai and tell her that you're willing to put in the effort to become her friend. Tai's response to your extended hand is... a toothy numb. She just bites your hand. Nice. After a long and busy morning, you walk on the street, completely exhausted. I'm starving. I miss the good old days when I had an adjutant who would bring me my lunch. You lean feebly against a wall. This place called SAGA is far more technologically backwards compared to the Griffin base. There are no electric bike rentals, and even GPS navigation doesn't exist yet. I'm pretty sure at the time Zombieland Saga came out, GPS navigation does exist. I don't think the bike rentals were a thing yet until recently, actually. Like maybe the 2020s? Maybe that's when the bike rental started happening. Though I don't think they would have made it all the way to Saga, as Saga is very, very far and from being a big city, and I don't think they would even benefit from that kind of thing. You've already gotten lost multiple times in this small city in a single morning. Better get something to eat first. The modest signboard of the convenience store comes into your view from across the street. You arrive at the entrance and catch a glimpse of familiar figures just as you're about to enter. You hesitate at the door, uncertain if you should go up and say hello, when their chatter becomes audible to you. Have you seen the commander this morning? I see. The girls are huddled together in a hushed conversation about you, but you're still too far away to catch everything. Hey, G&G, welcome. Do you think the commander will be able to help us to complete the concert? We'll definitely be fine whether or not we have the commander's support. I'm just curious to see what this specially hired expert is made of. Looks like the girls still do not completely trust your abilities, but that's only to be expected. After all, when you first joined Griffin, it also took you a very long time to come to terms with the fact that your work involves a lot more than simply repelling the occasional Sangvis Ferry intruders. It took an even longer time for you to get to know the hundreds of dolls serving under your command. About 400 of them. You let out a wistful chuckle at the thought and gaze at the 7 girls whom you have only met recently. This is number 1, Sakura Minamoto. Gentle, approachable, yet can also be quite sensitive. This is number 2, Nikaido Saki. She may look like a mean delinquent at first, but she strikes you as a very genuine person with a kind of bold candidness. Well, she was a delinquent before. This is number 3, Mizuno Ai. Calm and collected, she can make sound judgment calls promptly in rapidly changing situations. Number 4, Kono Junko. Quiet and reserved with a hint of melancholy, the type that will take some coaxing up to. Basically like cupboard cutouts right now. And Yugri's sprite's always gonna be small. I still don't know why. Yeah, I mean, you could be right that it's probably a site issue, but also it just looks weird compared to everyone else's. Like appropriately sized sprites. Number 5, Yugiri. Probably the most mature one out of the 7. Charming, graceful, and very perceptive. And number 6, Hoshikawa Lily. And I mean, also not sized properly. But Lily also had a pretty big head, even in the anime. So there's that. She has the appearance and bearing of a cute, innocent child, but she is more. Wait, she's the other way. She is innocent child, but is more wise and mature than she lets on. Number 0, Yamada Tai. She doesn't seem capable of intelligent speech, and her actions are often unpredictable. An interesting subject for observation. These 7 girls. Oh crap. These 7 girls of diverse characters form a group known as Friend Shushu. That's all the information you have managed to piece together so far. Your thoughts are interrupted by more conversation drifting over from inside the shop.
Why don't we sit while we talk? Our 7 bentos plus the commanders. I got everything.
Friend Shushu? Japanese slang or something? I think it's a, if I remember correctly, the idol name is a really, really bad pun for something. Like a really, really bad pun for like something rotten. Kind of like Fujoshi, but in this case like rotten something. I don't know. I don't remember exactly the thing. Hello, that's 4,000 yen for a total of 8 bentos. Would you like the microwave? 4,000 yen for 8 bentos? Dang, that's a steal. That is a steal. Still, I think you can still get them for about that price these days. You notice that the smile has frozen on Lily's face as she stands in front of the cashier.
What's wrong, Lily? Are we short on money? Yeah, just by a bit.
The awkwardness is almost palpable in the air. The girls look crestfallen. You shift your gaze away, finding this difficult to watch even from outside the door. Excuse me, would you still like these bentos? So what are you going to do? March in heroically and pay on Franshu's behalf. Snicker Franshu simulation run off. Grab the bentos and run with the girls. This is probably what Kotaro would do. Grab the bentos and run with the girls. But I guess we'll just pay for it. Pay for it, why not? You grit your teeth and fish out the money you got from pawning off what valuables you had earlier. Then you push open the door and enter the convenience store. Dang.
Commander!
You push Lily, who is still standing in the daze, in front of the cashier counter, gently but firmly aside. I'll foot the bill. 4,000 yen in total, yeah? Yes. As you put down your limited cash with feigned nonchalance, you can almost feel your charm go up by 200 points, if such stats exist in this world. Just then, you feel a strong tug on the hem of your coat. The translator is offline. Is that an actual thing? What is it, Tai? Tai places 2 packets of dried shredded squid on top of the bentos and points at you.
Tai, you can't.
Yeah.
I want them. Buy them for me. Dried shredded squid.
Fine. Please include these as well. Tai mumbles happily, and the 2 packets of dried shredded squid vanish into thin air in an instant. Sure thing. That'll be 4,200 yen together. Taking 4,200 yen in cash, please take your items. Would you like the bento's microwave? Yes, please.
Thank you, Commander. Being cared for makes me feel all warm and fuzzy.
It's alright. We're a team now, after all. We're all in this together through thick and thin. The French Shushu girls' eyes shine with gratitude. You believe you have done the right thing by strengthening your bond with them. Perhaps this will benefit your subsequent work. Perhaps this is the icebreaker needed for everyone to begin their training. Complete the concert, then send you off happily so that you can return to Griffin, where you must be sorely missed.
At the thought of this, you beam contently. Thank you, Commander. I'll be going then. I also have other matters to attend to. Please enjoy your meal. Thanks for the lunch, but don't think you can bribe me with this.
Are we not eating together?
Your fantasy is instantly shattered, but at least a few of the girls are staying to have lunch with you. You end up having a simple lunch accompanied by some pleasant chit-chat. Other than needing to stop Ty from getting another packet of dried shredded squid, it has been a lovely lunch break. Oh jeez, what's going on? Oh no, nothing's going on. End of story. Okay, next chapter. Nighttime. Oh jeez. You arrive at the dance studio, and under your inexperienced guide, Yugiri diligently completes her dance training. As you help her stretch, Yugiri starts talking about how dancing styles have changed through eras. In her time, she had to wear heavy costumes and jewelry while dancing. Her movements had to be graceful and elegant, and she had to carry herself with a regal, dignified bearing. However, she was not required to perform difficult maneuvers to keep up with rapid tempos. This piques your curiosity since you have never heard of such things before. After further questioning, you learn that Yugiri was born during the Meiji Restoration era and was once a renowned Oiran. Oiran. What's an Oiran again? I'm gonna have to look this up. What is an Oiran? Oiran. I think it's like a higher class geisha? Highest ranking. Oh! She's actually a courtesan. Okay. A high-ranking courtesan on top of everything else. I see. Known for their beauty, grace, and skills in traditional arts. Right. When you needed your courtesans to do more than just do the courting. While Yugiri does miss the past from time to time, she does prefer life. She does prefer life now. That's because for her present self, dancing is a choice she makes for herself. While in the past, she rarely had control over the path she had to take. Okay, so that was our meetup with her. In the karaoke box. You try to help friend Shoo Shoo, but the idol life is unexpectedly busy, to the point where you're working all the way into the evening without the chance to even have dinner. Yep, manager stuff. Just as you're tearing up your scalp in frustration, you suddenly hear a motorcycle engine revving. Oh, is that Saki? You take a look outside and find a very suspicious looking Saki. Turns out Saki snuck out for some yakiniku. Since you caught her, she immediately decides to tempt you into becoming an accomplice. Unable to resist the lure of sin, you head out for yakiniku with her. You know what? Fair. I would do that too. So no voice lessons, just yakiniku. It's late at night and you're working at the bathhouse. As you talk with the other members of the staff, you learn that there was once rumors of zombies here. Right, the onsen episode with the zombies. Just then, a tour group arrives. Why is she in zombie form right now? Though you hadn't intended to interfere at first, you notice Ai and Junko emerging from the bathhouse at the same time as the tour group comes in. Seeing as they're in a pickle, you step in to defuse the situation. The two of them thank you and ask that you continue keeping their secret because they want to continue encouraging the masses as idols, no matter what. Right, so they snuck into the bathhouse because they have to take off the makeup to do that. Makeup, they look like regular people. Without the makeup, they're pretty much zombies. As you pass by the fast food restaurant, you're attracted by the scent from within and find yourself entering the place. After placing your order and sitting down, Tai suddenly appears out of nowhere. Where there is meat, there is Tai. And takes a seat at your table like the most natural thing in the world. You politely invite her to dine with you. She eats everything you put on the grill. Even the eggshells that you ended up putting on the hot plate in frustration. Just as you're about to blow at her, the serving boy brings Tai the dishes that were specially made for her. You learn from him that Tai became famous after her dance battle with the drive-in chicken mascot, and thus has special privileges at the restaurant. So this is drive-in Tori. It's actually drive-in Tori. I see. Well, they call it drive-in chicken here, but it's technically drive-in Tori. After watching a video of her dance-off, you start to view Tai in a different light, seeing her as the cheat code for French Shushu's victory. However, Tai herself acts like it's none of her business, and she simply clears all the food on the table before sauntering off. Yep, that's Tai. There's supposed to be a manga of what she was like when she was still alive, I think, but I haven't gotten around to reading it. As one who takes comfort in having money, you think about how to make money as you walk. Yep. You encounter Sakura advertising part-time positions at the entrance of the convenience store, and their generous terms win you over. After learning that Sakura is working there too, you mention that you'd like to join her to raise funds for friend Shushu. Sakura frantically tries to dissuade you, saying that all you need to do is familiarize yourself with your duty as a producer, and... excuse me, burp's coming. And leave her to take care of the money. Undeterred, you ask Sakura if she's telling you to focus only on one thing because she's worried you can't handle being the group's producer. Sakura says that she has faith in you so quickly, and with such conviction, it makes you wonder what basis she has for such confidence. Sakura confesses that you remind her of how lost and confused she was when she first awoke as a zombie. So, encouraging you feels like encouraging herself. You show Sakura your determination, and after a recommendation from her, you begin your life as a SAGA part-timer. As you're stocking the bento shelves, Lily enters the store and eyes the expired bentos you're holding. When you express confusion about it, Lily mentions that zombies don't get tummy aches, and she's eaten expired bentos back when she was still alive. I mean, expired bentos don't go that... I mean, they're not bad, like, right away. They're still good for a little bit. You know, you're not gonna get sick from them that easily. Back then, you could only watch as the shop assistant threw out their expired bentos. She would give anything to taste them. You conjure up a tragic melodrama in your mind about how a rising child star was abused and exploited by her parents and her company. You tearfully ask for some advanced salary to buy Lily a brand new deluxe bento. Lily casually mentions that everything she said was just dialogue from a TV serial she had once starred in. Sakura summons Trucka at the start of battle. Wow. Oh crap, I missed something. As the corner of your mouth twitches, all you can do is sigh internally about what a genius child star she is. I see. Nighttime. After a long busy day, you decide to go for a walk in the forest, which you still haven't been to. In your time, tall trees are a rarity due to elid infections. Yet in this park, there are apparently a handful of trees that are all over a century old. I wonder, what do people in this era feel as they gaze up at these massive trees? With your hands clasped behind your back, you stand beneath the lush foliage and peer up at the trees that almost seem to touch the sky. The leaves rustle softly in the cool evening breeze, and you occasionally catch a floral aroma in the air. You close your eyes contently as you bask in this bubble of tranquility. Whoosh! Something jumps out of the trees. Is it Tai? Probably a squirrel? In your time, these woodland critters are also extremely rare. But here in Saga Forest Park, the squirrels are still nesting safely in the trees. A squirrel taps you lightly on the face. You can't help but smile. Is this the happiness of being connected with nature? Hey, stop grinning like an idiot. Who's saying that? The squirrel speaks. Wait, the squirrel speaks?
Why is the squirrel speaking? Oh, a random ninja, because why not? Good evening. A man in a black ninja suit is hanging upside down from a branch less than 10 centimeters away from your face. Before you let out a startled cry, the ninja has already clamped a hand over your mouth and jumped down nimbly from the tree. Who are you? A man has no name. Valor Morgulis. What? Valar Doharis. Are you sure you're in the right story? Wait, now that I get a good look at you, you look a bit like the guy in the convenience store, and the onsen staff, and the restaurant staff. You're mistaken. This is the first time we've met. Really? What? So what do you want with me? I'm here for you, Commander. Did Kalina send you to come and rescue me? Just the thought of being able to return to Griffin is enough to excite you. Hush. What's wrong? It isn't safe here. What kind of danger is there? Neither Elid nor Paradeus is present. This era has its eyes on you. What? Why? Because you possess, at least for the time being, the mightiest power of the era. I do? Yes, namely... French Shushu! Kneeling on one knee, the ninja raises his arms to the sky in a gesture of exaltation. You don't know what to say to his exaggerated behavior, so you just turn around to leave. You don't believe a word of what I just said. I completely understand. Then let go of my leg. I have been observing you for a long time, Commander. I know you came from another world. What was it called again? Griff... How did you know about that? You mentioned it when you talked in your sleep last night. Oh, how close were you that you were actually able to hear that? What? You stop in your tracks and the ninja finally stops holding onto your leg and gets to his feet. That's not the point. The important thing is, I know how to send you back. How to send me back? How do I know I can trust you? The ninja bows to you solemnly and resumes his nonsensical rambling. It all begins with French Shushu, and it will all end with French Shushu. What do you mean? The mightiest power of the era needs to be honed and protected with utmost care. Are you telling me to train the French Shushu girls properly? Only when French Shushu's light shines upon every corner of this era will your conundrum be solved. Whoosh! The ninja shoots a grappling hook from the back of his hand into the distance. Then he disappears. Hey, what the hell is that supposed to mean? People who speak in freaking riddles should all go to hell! Whoop. A kunai is now sticking out of the tree trunk next to you. A name card is impaled to the tree. There is only a telephone number on the card. After pocketing the card, you leave the forest park in bemusement and head back to the mansion. By the time you get back, it's already late at night. To avoid waking the girls, you push open the door quietly and slip into the dark living room. Click, the light comes on. You realize that all the French Shushu members have gathered in the living room to await your return. You haven't gone to bed? Where were you? You were out till so late we thought something bad had happened to you. The times may be peaceful, but don't let your guard down, Commander. Sorry, I was out on a walk in the forest park, but got held up. Seeing the distress on the greenish faces, you can't help but feel a little bit guilty. You ran into some weirdo, didn't you? Yep, we did. Yeah, I actually did, but it was no big deal. If you're ever in trouble, just give me a holler. Saki smacks you heavily on the shoulder, almost knocking you off balance. If you stick to the main path in the forest park, you should be fine. We also go for walks there from time to time. It really is a lovely place to relax and unwind. Yeah, I go too. You feel a rush of tenderness as the concern disappears from their faces and you recall everything you've been through together today. You must be tired from your work and training today. Now go to bed.
At your urging, the Franshushu girls all return to their bedroom and settle in their beds. Good night, Commander. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. You switch off the lights and a calm darkness fills the room once more. Man, the music for this event's really nice. At least compared to the usual stuff. It's pretty chill. The strange ninja's words are still echoing inside your head as you make your way back to your room. The mightiest power of the era, honed and protected with utmost care. When Franshushu's light shines upon every corner of this era. Young girls are destined to change the world in every universe, huh? You look out at the darkness of the night outside the window and let out a sigh. End of story. Okay, so that's day 1. Let's get to the dance studio, get some background music going. I need some more water, so I'll be back really quick. We'll have the music in the background for now. And I'm gonna be back. Alright, we're back. Alright. Okay, let's get going here. Sorry about that. You meet Saki again during the practice. After recalling what happened last night, you believe that your relationship should have improved, and so you say hi to Saki after practice ends. Has it now? Which is when you find out that Saki's not in a good mood. Why? After some questioning, you learn that Saki's feeling frustrated because her partner, her bike, isn't in a great shape. You mistake this for concern about her friends, Franshushu, and decide to encourage her. I guess she's not clear about that, so... Talk about being on completely different wavelengths. And yet the two of you end up getting along better through this serendipitous misunderstanding. As it should? I mean, there's like misunderstandings are like frustrating, and then there's this kind of misunderstanding, which is, you know what? It's okay. This is probably fine. So that was the morning in the dance studio. I see. Where are we right now? Wait, where are we right now? Wait, there's the karaoke box? This looks like a proper studio. What the heck? As you mutter, I can only go back by helping friend Shushu. You arrive at the karaoke box. Sakura greets you and you decide to use the sound exercises you found on the net to help Sakura practice. Limited backgrounds, probably. However, you keep forgetting the lyrics and when the material says breathe from your diaphragm, you end up misspeaking it as breathe from your back. And you end up feeling intimidated by the how do you say this? Incredulity in Sakura's eyes. Fortunately, Sakura only asks where you got this information from, and you tell her that people in your time are used to getting help from the internet. I think people still do, right now. She praises your proactiveness, but points out that these methods are too hidebound and basic. Instead, she shares her usual practice methods with you. There's a reason why we don't typically say incredulity. What do we usually say instead of incredulity? Because I feel like sometimes incredulity is the proper word to use in a given situation. But there's another word we use that's more commonplace. What does a word mean? Good question. I mean, you can look it up yourself, but let's just say it for everyone right here. Incredulity. Incredulous. Incredulous. Adjective of a person or their manner, unwilling or unable to believe something. So incredulity would mean being in a state of not being able to believe something. Unable or unwilling to believe something. Yeah. Basically that. I feel there's I mean, I guess the long way of saying is she can't the long way of probably saying is she can't believe what she's seeing right now is the easier way to describe that. But if you do it in that way, sometimes it comes off as, do you actually not believe what's happening right now? Are you delusional? While if you say you're incredulous or you're looking at something with incredulity, you don't want to believe something is happening right now because it's so ridiculous. Usually that's the situation that you would use that word in. So it makes sense if you want to get a certain things across. But you're right, it's not a word we use often, but there is a proper usage for it. As with any complicated word. You've had to take in a lot of information recently, so you decide to go relax at the bathhouse. I'm assuming this onsen has a day pass, otherwise there's no way you can come in here so often. Also, by the way, Saga City, Ureshino Onsen, the town where the barbecue place is, they're not that close to each other. And also the mansion where the girls are staying at is not even in Saga City. It's further out near the ocean. So I think between all the locations, it's maybe 2 hours by train between all through like if you go through all, like if you one just pass through all those locations on the train, I think it's roughly 2 hours to go one way. But if you're gonna actually explore through those locations, it's gonna take even longer. So yeah, it's not supposed to be this close to each other. I have been there in real life and I thought I could do it all in one day. No, you cannot. You cannot. You go to Saga City one day, you go to Uroshino Onsen one day, you go to the chicken place another day, you go to the town that has the mansion a separate day. That's 4 separate days. You could try to cram it in one day. You could try to cram 2 locations in one day, but it'd be very, very tough. Extremely tough.
Anyway, right as you enter the main hall, you hear people talking about how the door of the tool room won't open, and that there's a strange voice coming from inside it. Is it Tai? You recognize the voice as Junko's. Oh yeah, Junko's actually pretty handy with electronics and stuff, and just tools in general. Unexpectedly so. So you draw away the other customers by telling them that the other bathhouses are free today. Amidst the confusion, you sneak into the tool room. Junko asks you to help her find some makeup foundation, and after a lot of effort, you manage to get some. After redoing her makeup and emerging from the room, Junko explains that she had accidentally smashed her bottle of foundation, so she had no choice but to duck into the tool room and hide in there. Or there's this too. You commiserate with her on the hardships of having to constantly hide one's true self. Junko, however, is quite used to it. She mentions how she had to constantly be careful when visiting public places during her past life. Idols back then had to maintain a perfect image before the masses. In fact, she has found herself doing one outrageous thing after another ever since she turned into a zombie. Yeah, 1980s idols, especially the Japanese idols. I think even the American idols had to like keep up a certain image during those times. And even before then, like a perfect image. These days, holy crap, everyone's dirty laundry is like every freaking where, and I'm kind of tired of it, to be honest. I'm kind of tired about it, but I guess I guess we kind of also take that as a sign, not just of like spilling your tea everywhere, but also what is it? It seems more open and honest, even though it's just basically all trash. Yeah. The interior of the fast food restaurant is bustling and lively, filled with the sounds of people and their voices. It seems they're having an event featuring some kind of guest star. As you have a mental debate over where to go in or not, a kind-hearted delivery boy pats you on the shoulder and says you won't have to queue for takeaway and that you can follow him to the counter. The two of you make your way forward and finally reach the counter. Then the delivery boy checks the time and proceeds to run off with his takeaway boxes. Since you're still standing in front of him, he sends you flying onto the stage that had been set up for the event when he bolts. The crowd mistakes you for a performer and showers you with applause, and you're at a loss for what to do next. The commander has to perform? Fortunately, a petite figure climbs onto the stage and lends you a helping hand. While standing under the spotlight, Silly breaks into a playful, nimble dance, like a little bird hopping onto a branch in spring. The audience recognizes Lily from when her remix of Life went viral online, and you're astounded by her presence of mind and creativity. In the end, a group of kids crowd around her as the two of you leave the restaurant, each of them eager to give her the fried chicken drumsticks they're holding. Why? Why? You're working part-time at the convenience store and your job is to move the freshly delivered stock into the storeroom. Back at the base, droids or dolls would handle all this work and you can't help but miss life in Griffin. No manual labor, apparently. Just then, you feel the pushcart behind you getting lighter. When you look back, you see that Tai is pushing it, easily pushing it along. It probably would, Lily's hair probably does create a lot of wind resistance, but she's used to it. As you watch, dumbfounded, Tai single-handedly finishes your job. You feel a little moved as you watch Tai being hard at work. You assume she's helping you because of that speech from last night about how everyone had to work together. In gratitude, you head out and buy 2 packets of dried shredded squid for Tai, as thank you. When you return, you find that she has eaten all the dried shredded squid in stock you had just moved. You freeze in shock and just about to run off with Tai. The convenience store clerk returns just in time to nab you. So she took the boxes just to get the stock. He decides to have you and Tai work extra shifts to pay for what she ate. You're not sure if Tai understands what he's saying, but she seems very happy. You look at her with mixed feelings. It seems you'll have to work with her in the convenience store from now on. I wonder how much money. I wonder how much in stock that box was. One item, 200 yen. Entire box. Your entire week's paycheck. A busy morning has passed in the blink of an eye. You rushed over to the convenience store before you had even had breakfast, and now you're desperate for a big and filling lunch. Even though you still haven't completely accepted Saga as your new home, you are more or less starting to get used to this life, to life in this place. Except, if only I could have had Springfield's coffee. You sigh as you jiggle the cup of instant coffee you just brought from the convenience store, or you bought from the convenience store. Calling it coffee may be a bit too generous. It's just some dark fluid with no taste, no aroma, and a pathetic amount of caffeine. Well, it is instant coffee, not brewed coffee. What do you expect? But you'll still take some caffeine over none at all. How much longer will I have to live like this? You sigh again, just as you're about to down the last drop of dark fluid. G11 shows up in a mask. Wow. Hey, stop drinking that kind of pig swill. Your cup is snatched away by an unfamiliar girl and replaced with another cup of coffee. Try this coffee endorsed by my Aidoru. Aidoru, really? This one's on me. Oh, thanks. Just out of curiosity, who is your idol? The strange girl wearing a mask suddenly straightens up and makes a heart with her hands. Big sis? Is it Saki? Dang, the riffs on that though. Nice. Huh? Big sis. Kitty Hoover, gray hair dye? Wait, what? Before you can respond, the girl shifts her hands and now they form an inverted triangle. Angle the bangs. Green shoots, gossip, hair straighteners. You now understand this girl is probably a stan of a certain idol group. You want to leave, but ultimately decide to stay a little longer just because of the coffee. I see, it's a chant. She's speaking in tongues. The girl moves her hands again, now forming a star with them. Red all over. Red wine, red light, red alert. After going through the whole routine, the girl smoothly shoves a poster into your hands. That's right, we are the flammable and explosive solvents in coffee. Late Night Cafe. My idolus are having a concert here tomorrow. Make sure you come and show your support if you got the time. Sure, I'll be there. Idols. They're being weeby with their pronunciation, but idols, idaru. After giving you a salute, the girl picks up her promotional posters and idol-endorsed coffee and leaves the convenience store in a rush. You smile as you look down at the coffee in your hand. The intricate packaging features the image of a singing girl. Your smile freezes when you take a proper look at the girl's face. Excuse me, your bento's ready. You immediately unfurl the poster given to you by the crazy fan. 3 beaming girls are holding out their hands to you. Tears start welling up in your eyes. Excuse me, your bento? You are utterly speechless. The grip of you grip your coffee so tight it spills out everywhere. Oh, quick, get them up! Your hands are shaking violently. Euphoria races through your veins. You feel laughter bubbling from within, threatening to overcome you. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You keep muttering to yourself as you exit the convenience store. What the heck has he found? The image on the poster is seared into your brain. You can clearly see all of their faces. Oh, I see. HMG21, JS05, PM06. I guess they made a band. They've come to save me. Jeez, they're even disguising themselves as the idol group for this rescue mission. Complete a secret mission without disrupting this world. I taught them well. You start laughing and hopping about in the warm afternoon sun. Their concert is tomorrow. No matter what, you're going to meet them. Then you return to Griffin and your original life. You're so overjoyed that you've forgotten to take the dry shredded squid you bought from. Wait. You have forgotten to take the dried shredded squid you bought for friend Shushu and your own bento. But right now, you couldn't care less about that. Alright. Wait. Do it this one. The interior of the dance studio is exactly as you pictured. With Ai tirelessly practicing her steps, the difference is that this time she has Lily by her side. After an entire morning of practice, Lily can't help but ask for a break. You take the opportunity to hand over the new training plan you just finished drawing up. Upon seeing this, Ai, who used to disregard your existence, is quite surprised. You apologize to Ai for your behavior on the first day and promise that you'll take the job seriously. Ai skeptically checks out the new plan and discovers that it's better than she expected. She now views your abilities in a different light and accepts you as a producer. Meanwhile, Lily realizes you're hung up on Late Night Cafe and invites you to watch one of their shows with her. She provides fresh and professional criticism as you do, which makes the viewing session the most rewarding. After the Late Night Cafe video ends, the player app automatically plays another video, which happens to be a drama starring Lily. Lily immediately jumps to her feet and closes the window, saying kids shouldn't watch TV for too long. You voice your disappointment, but Lily replies that this is a lame show and that she only had those videos bookmarked because they reminded her of the time she spent with her pappy. You're a bit of a loss on how to react after realizing you've accidentally stumbled across Lily's fragile side. Oh, went in the wrong screen. End of story. Let's see, where were we? This one. Just as you arrive at the karaoke box, Tai is licking the microphone, which is now shiny and soggy. I don't think you should be licking microphones, Tai. But then again, she won't listen. After seeing you, her attention shifts to your head instead, which results in an exciting game of cat and mouse. Junko pauses briefly in her practice to take in this comical scene, and in the end, she saves you with a packet of dried shredded squid. Junko seems vexed by the music's lack of punch, but she doesn't plan to discuss matters with you. Clearly, she has not acknowledged your professional abilities yet. Tai pounds the ground behind you as Junko continues her practice, and at first you think she wants more dried squid. Slowly, you manage to make out a rhythm from Tai's pounding, which syncs up very well with Junko's voice. You share this insight with Junko, and for the first time, she seems to approve of you. The two of you plan to thank Tai for paying attention to Junko's practice. However, Tai instead flings herself at Junko's head like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, causing the latter much distress. End of story. Okay. A little bit of insight. Didn't really go anywhere. You pass by the bathhouse and encounter Yugiri as she is leaving. She grows concerned about your feelings after noticing your frazzled mental state. Thus, you tell her about Late Night Cafe while leaving out your ties to them. Yeah, I wish we had more like little images like we do in not Girls Frontline. Blue Archive. Blue Archive has a nice little comic style inserts that show up from time to time, and I kind of wish we had that in Girls Frontline also. But nope, pure visual novel here without the extra bits, I guess. She seems to realize something but does not probe further. Instead, she shares what she knows with you. You're very curious about where Yugiri learned all this, but she simply smiles and says nothing. Before you leave, she hands you a scented pouch, saying she got it from the bathhouse. Supposedly, placing it beside your pillow will help calm your mind. After returning to the mansion, you open the scented pouch, only to notice a slip of paper stuffed inside. The elegant handwriting on it reads, "Firefly's light flickers, fading into the darkness, yet solitude remains." Is this a haiku?
The flickering light of the firefly, appearing and then disappearing at 1 foot intervals, vanishes into the darkness, reminding me that no light shines forever. News of Late Night Cafe concert begins spreading through Saga, and everyone is clearly excited. Even the patrons of the fast food restaurant are on Late Night Cafe's side. Saki, the only one wearing a French wushu armband among the crowd, sticks out like a sore thumb. And I just noticed we don't have background music. I guess there isn't any around here. At first you think Saki will be depressed over the mood in the restaurant. Oh no, wait. That's because it was muted. Whoops, sorry. Unexpectedly, Saki comes looking for you during her break. She spurs you into going with her to steal tickets from a late night cafe concert box office, a notion which takes you by surprise. You warn Saki that doing this while wearing a French wushu armband will tarnish their name. In the end, Saki reluctantly gives up on the idea. Okay, trying to steal tickets and giving up on it. Okay, I guess that's all the Saki's thing. On the road, you see a pink figure in the distance. Is the pink figure Sakura? Sakura excitedly tells you how she's distributing flyers to boost public awareness because French Shushu hasn't received an invitation to perform in a long time. You help her give out the flyers, but find that most people aren't interested in French Shushu. Instead, they're discussing how Late Night Cafe is coming to Saga to perform. In the crowd, a familiar person's praising Late Night Cafe to the heavens, talking about all the international awards they've won and so on. You quickly ask her more about Late Night Cafe, but she does not answer. Sakura is shocked that even you're so excited about Late Night Cafe, and she begins to feel worried that the gulf between French Shushu and Late Night Cafe is growing larger. You feel a little guilty and try to console Sakura by telling her that you were just collecting information. Supposedly, Late Night Cafe was formed by a bunch of amateurs. French Shushu and Sakura will surely surpass them in the future. When you look back, that strangely dressed person is gone. Where could they be? Where could they be? The morning has put you in a lively and cheerful mood, but right now, you're feeling deeply troubled. You've been impatient to meet your dolls ever since you saw the Late Night Cafe's poster. You've even let this anxiety seep into the afternoon and your time with French Chuchu. Some of the more astute members have probably noticed your strange mood, but no one blames you. Even though you have an agreement with them. I never thought I'd be put in such a dilemma. You walk into a public phone booth and dial the number of the name card that the ninja gave you the previous night. Hello? Is this the ninja? Ninja speaking. How can I help you? I would like you to help me look up Late Night Cafe. For what reason? I'm their commander. They've come to Saga disguised as idols and are looking for me. I presume you are referring to Late Night Cafe, who swept up all the Grammy, Global Music Awards, and Idol Academy Awards just 3 months after their debut? I suppose so. The Late Night Cafe, whose debut album Killing Moms and Leveling Up in Griffin have been dominating the charts for 24 weeks straight? What? Killing Mobs and Leveling Up in Griffin? Yes, I need to find them. The line goes dead. But why? The ninja has abruptly hung up. You are feeling confused when you find the ninja already standing outside the phone booth. Dang, fast. How long have you been there? The ninja is uncharacteristically quiet. You realize a sudden bombshell you just dropped on him could be a bit too much. As you know, I'm from another universe, and Late Night Cafe is my... You don't have to explain. I understand it all. Really. The ninja places a hand on your shoulder. You are from another world, and you are the commander of the global sensation Late Night Cafe. That's right. So you actually got that. You are so overjoyed you wish to high-five the ninja, but he merely nods coolly. I have
Had such dreams as well. He thinks you're delirious. I see. Corpse dragging album? That's what it was. It's not a dream! My world is ravaged by war and chaos, and I lead the group of girls full of dreams to fight, not for wealth or power, but only for a quiet and peaceful life. That's exactly right. But when I woke up one day, I found myself in tranquil SAGA. Now you must lead a group of talented girls full of dreams to conquer the world with beautiful song and dance. That sounds a bit weird, but that's pretty much the gist of it. We've all had such dreams before. He understands nothing. But now that our eyes are wide open, you must learn to accept reality as it is. No, really, Hush. The ninja starts muttering under his breath. Then he produces a handful of powder from his waist pouch and smacks it onto your forehead. Why? What are you doing? This powder will help give you clarity. After waking up from a good night's sleep, you won't obsess about your dreams anymore. I told you it's not a dream! Everything I said is true! I get it. I've seen many cases like yours before. I'm a pro at handling such things. Well, see you around. The ninja vaults up into a tree with practiced ease, his figure half obscured by the foliage. By the way, Commander, you'll receive some very good news tonight. What kind of news? But the ninja has already vanished among the trees. You return to the mansion in a daze. I think I missed a little bit. Sakura is waiting anxiously for you at the entrance. Commander! What's the matter? The moment you slump wearily onto the sofa, I and Junko approach you immediately. The others also look rather nervous. While you were out, we received an important phone call. Pestering us to pay the bills? Or did someone complain about us being a nuisance? Paying the bills? I thought that was taken care of. Neither, Commander. We got a gig. A gig! We haven't got any in ages. Yeah. She seems to be expressing her happiness. A gig? For us? Yuri hands you an invitation card. The event organizer has delivered their official invitation. This is... The image of 3 familiar girls is printed on the invitation card. Also, the gig is to be the warm-up act for the concert of none other than a late-night cafe. Just thinking about it is making me all fired up. I hope we have the stage presence to handle this. Well, you stop paying attention to the Franshusha girls' conversation. You're completely transfixed by the 3 familiar faces, who are not going to recognize you when you go to that concert. Yeah, these girls. It's finally time. You clench your fist in excitement, but then a hand wraps itself around your fist, then another, and another. Is this supposed to be like what's going on? All the Franshusha girls have placed their hands on your fist. You look up at their smiling faces in shock. Our opponent will be Late Night Cafe. Here we come. We got this. Yeah. I sure hope it'll go well. Commander, you believe in us, don't you? Of course! The performance will definitely be a great hit! For the performance! Hooray! Oh! She seems to be crowing in excitement. Alright, see you later, Blue Philly. Friend Shushu. You join in on chanting their slogan. The living room is now buzzing with joy and nervousness. You peer down at the familiar faces on the poster against... what is this word? Surreptitiously? Surreptitiously. You look back up at the Franshusha's members' thrilled and hopeful faces, and guilt gnaws quietly at your conscience. Huh. I don't know if we'll be able to finish this. This is like day 3 out of 7 that we're just starting, and it's already been 2 hours. What the heck? When you arrive at the dance studio, I is giving Lily some pointers. You tell them the good news that Fran Shushu will be performing as the opening act for a late night cafe's concert, and the three of you start discussing it. Lily is happy that Fran Shushu will be able to take the stage again. However, I seems a little worried about how Late Night Cafe might crush Fran Shushu, because her training progress is not as good as it should be. You don't understand why I needs to make it a showdown. From your point of view, all Fran Shushu needs is exposure and a chance to perform. It's a win-win situation. Your answer frustrates I, and she leaves angrily. Noticing your bad mood, Lily decides to change the subject and drags you off to watch TV with her to relax. Although your heart was not in it at first, you end up being moved by the characters in the TV drama she has put on. Even though Lily snarks about these decade-old cliches return to popularity. However, the next show on the schedule turns out to be the Haunted House Exploration Show, and the sudden appearance of a scary face makes Lily's heart leap to her throat. You gently pat her back and ask if she wants to call it a day. However, Lily asks you to keep watching with her because for a moment she was reminded of how she would watch TV with her pappy long ago. After realizing that you're not entirely useless because you can at least give Lily comfort and peace of mind, you gradually mellow out as well. I wants to make a competition out of it. Showing up the main show when you're the opener? I don't know. That seems like I don't know. Is that something people try to do? I mean, at least make a good impression. During practice, an ill premonition fills you for some reason. Suddenly, the light above Sakura's head begins to flash and she looks up dubiously. Sensing something is wrong, you frown and tackle Sakura out of the way of a falling spotlight. Junko, startled and hurriedly, asks if the two of you are okay. However, Sakura starts blaming herself. She feels that this happened because of her bad luck and she's worried that it'll affect tonight's performance too. You express surprise over this, and Sakura bites her lip before turning to run out of the karaoke box. All the way out to the sea. How far is this? You follow Sakura, but only manage to catch up to her by the beach. Sakura sits on the sand, hugging her legs, and you sit down beside her to hear her out. Sakura tells you about the unlucky incident she has had since she was little and dejectedly concludes that she can't change anything and that she is nothing more than a handicap for everyone. You shake your head and tell her that all effort will bear fruit, and that it is precisely because of these setbacks that Sakura is always the first to comfort others when they're feeling down. You also state that you'll do your best to protect her from her bad luck, just like what you did back at the karaoke box. Junko catches up with you after that and says she wants to perform with Sakura. With the two of you encouraging her, Sakura finally pulls herself together and decides to make the most of the remaining time with practice. End of story. It's strange that when they had the dialogue and they condensed it to a summary. Yeah, I mean, this is technically supposed to be like little mini side stories that happen during the event. So that's why it's basically a summary and not an actual dialogue. If this was actual dialogue, holy crap, there's going to be so many things happening. This thing would be so much longer than it already is. It's already pretty long and we're like barely halfway through. Frustrated, you decide to wander the streets, and by the time you come to your senses, you find Yugiri accompanying you, a worried look on her face. After seeing that you finally calmed down, Yugiri tells you that she went to check on Fran Shushu, and saw that everyone's feeling uneasy over the performance. She believes that you need to comfort them. You offer a distracted and half-hearted agreement to get her to drop the subject, but Yugiri hits the nail on the head when she points out that you're not thinking about Fran Shushu but Late Night Cafe. You have no answer to her words, and she does not press it further. Instead, she tells you where Late Night Cafe might show up today. She believes that the choice between Late Night Cafe and Fran Shushu is yours to make, and all she can do is trust that you can resolve your own issues. The endo. Guess we'll run into them. Oh crap, and then we do this again.
Saki is excited about performing on the same stage as Late Night Cafe, and she's out of the door before the sun even rises. By the time you finish breakfast and check in at the fast food restaurant, the owner says Saki hasn't come to work yet. Shocked and frightened, you're on the verge of panic before Saki arrives in the front of the restaurant, dragging her ruined bike behind her. It turns out she'd gone out too early and decided to go for a ride to burn off some of her enthusiasm. Then she ended up crashing after she swerved to avoid an animal, which suddenly appeared on the road. The worried shopkeeper tries to get Saki to rest, but Saki insists that she won't skip it on work, although she has something she needs you to do. Saki was late because she lost her armband during the crash, and after searching for a long time without finding it, she had no choice but to come to work. Knowing the importance of that armband, you immediately agree and head out to the crash site to look for it. But you still can't find it, even after searching until lunchtime. Dejected, you return to the restaurant. You're wondering how to apologize to Saki when she greets you warmly. Sensing something isn't right, you inquire further and learn that Saki forgot to remove her armband from her work uniform and left it in the break room. And so we found it again. All's well that ends well. Can't imagine trying to look for that out in the middle of nowhere. You're working at the convenience store as usual, and you get a little nervous as you think about Friend Shushu's warm-up act at Late Night Cafe's concert tonight. Tai also seems a little distracted while she works. You assume she's also worried about the performance. I don't think so. There's no thoughts in that head. So you talk to her about Late Night Cafe, encouraging her to have some faith in herself and put on a good show. Tai doesn't respond. She looks very tired and can't help but feel down, and you can't help but feel down as well. Just then, several fans are distributing leaflets for Late Night Cafe. As you wonder whether or not you should take one, Tai is already chatting with them somehow and obtains a leaflet. Chatting? Her? How? She can't even speak. As you watch Tai make her way back to you with a leaflet in hand, you think she understands what you're thinking. But then she eats a leaflet in front of you. Staring at her blank face, you are beginning to wonder if she is really dumb or if she's trying to cheer you up in her own way by telling you not to worry about Late Night Cafe. Still, no matter how you ponder it, you know there'll be no answers to that question. Because we can't talk to her, that's why. If you've never seen Zombieland Saga, the first season, I highly recommend it. But Tae has no thoughts. Literally no thoughts in that head. A morning packed full of errands has left you exhausted, but instead of getting some rest, you have decided to come to the live house where Friend Shushu will be performing as the opening act tonight. You've told Friend Shushu that you're here to gather information on their opponents, but you know full well what your real motives are. The venue is already brimming with fresh flowers and signs sent by Late Night Cafe fans. The popularity of the group is evident. You spot a familiar figure at the venue. We meet again. I knew you'd come. Here to attend Late Night Cafe's concert? I'm here for Late Night Cafe. I'm here for Friend Shushu. I guess we gotta say that. Actually, the idol group that I'm a fan of will also be performing here tonight. You don't mean... What are they called again? Friend Shushu? Indeed. Then you're in big trouble. You better pray that Late Night Cafe won't leave Friend Shushu in the dust, though I doubt they'd even stand a chance. We'll see about that. You glance at the signboard promoting Late Night Cafe's concert. Friend Shushu's name isn't even on it. I don't think they usually put the cover bands on those promos anyway, so Well, I'd better go. Late Night Cafe has apparently already arrived in Saga and are checking out the city. I'm going to follow them. What? Where can I see them? I say you're also a coffee lover. I hear that Late Night Cafe always visits a famous fast food restaurant and karaoke place wherever they go on tour. Fast food restaurant karaoke. Thanks. Don't mention it. We coffee lovers are always here for each other. See you tonight. One more thing. You grab the masked girl. Ever since you first met her, she reminded you very much of someone. Can I see your face under your mask? What are you doing? Let go of me. Only my idol gets to take off my mask. You look like someone I know. You manage to grab hold of her mask, but the next second, you get headbutted squarely in the face. Rude. Both the commander and whoever headbutted. I was so wrong about you. I never thought a pervert like you could be a coffee lover. The masked girl runs off without a backward glance, leaving you alone to cradle your throbbing forehead. At least you haven't come away empty-handed. You might want to try the karaoke box or fast food restaurant in the afternoon. You might? Talking to me? I guess we do that then. You arrive at the karaoke place, but instead of heading straight to the box that French Shoes is renting, you sneak all the way out to Late Night Cafe's room. After confirming your targets through the glass on the door, you fling the door open and dash inside in excitement. Oh, this is gonna end well. JS05, PM06, I'm here! Who are you? This isn't playing out like the tea reunion that you imagined. The two familiar girls stare at you in bemusement. I'm the commander, don't you recognize me? What commander? Have we met? Or have we worked together before? You... Back at the base, you pester me every day about what's different about your bangs. You even gave me a new shirt for Lunar New Year. What are you talking about? You just made all that up, didn't you? It does sound something like you do. And you drink up all the red wine in my secret stash every time you come into my office. Once you got so drunk, you somehow managed to get your hands on some red paint and splash it all over my walls. Huh? I can totally see you doing such stupid things. I don't even know you, and I certainly haven't drunk your wine. What on earth is happening? Without my authorization, your neural clouds couldn't have been reset. The familiar girls burst out laughing while feeling a feeling of dread wells up. They have no memory of you. Judging by the reaction, they really don't know you. So, you know everything about us? Yes, I have your complete profiles on my tablet, but I lost it when I got transported here. Does that include our height, weight, measurements, birthday, itinerary, and status? Yep, just like idol fans normally would have. Well, I'm always aware of what you're up to, thanks to my Zener protocol. Oh, jeez, this is gonna sound so chuny compared to them. What was that? Yeah, they think you're crazy. I think I get it. You finally know what's going on? Yep. Basically, you're a stalker. I knew it. Huh? Security, over here. We have a stalker here. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm goes off. You can hear the sound of rapid footsteps coming from the far end of the corridor. If you get captured here, you may end up missing the performance tonight. You won't be able to help French Shoes complete their opening act, nor will you get to meet the other members of Late Night Cafe. There's a misunderstanding! I'm really not a stalker! Here, hurry! Security! At this point, you have no choice but to leave first and resolve this misunderstanding later. Digging into your years of combat experience, you start making a retreat. Left arm, left leg, right arm, right leg. What? Series of backflips, perform a vanishing act. Vanishing act. In the face of bodyguards charging at you, you remain calm and perform a vanishing act nonchalantly. Only to suddenly realize that you don't actually possess this particular skill. To save your dignity, your only option is to jump out of the window.
Fortunately, the karaoke box is on the second floor, but unfortunately, the garbage point is right below the window. You limp back to the mansion while stinking to high heaven. Wow. I see. Well, that ended well. What's gonna happen to the chicken restaurant? By the time you make it to the fast food restaurant, the place is already completely packed. You shove your way through the throng, elbowing quite a few enthusiastic coffee lovers in the head, and you finally catch a glimpse of HMG21 from far away. Big sis! Kitty Hoover, gray hair dye. Oh, right, I forgot. It's their call and response thing. HMG21! Your shouts are drowned out by the coffee lovers' ardent cheers. To draw HMG21's attention, you have no choice but to push yourself all the way to the very front. The queue coils back and forth like a worm. It is sometimes broken by someone jumping the queue, and a new segment emerges. You glare angrily at someone who is cutting in before you. You are just about to tell them off for having no manners when you recognize the figure. Kitty Hoover, gray hair dye. She keeps shouting the fan slogan as she slips into the queue smoothly. Kitty Hoover, gray hair dye. Yet another familiar face has jumped the queue, the food delivery guy. Seeing that everyone's behaving in such an uncivilized manner, you decide to stay in the queue. After God knows how long, when your legs have gone numb, it's finally almost your turn. The delivery man in front of you is grasping HMG21's hand enthusiastically. Oh, there's a meet and greet, that explains that. Waifu! You're my one and only waifu! Kinda cringe, not gonna lie. I love you. Please sign your autograph here. Thank you for your support. HMG21 maintains her perfect smile as she signs her name on the man's t-shirt. He leaves with a stupidly happy grin. You immediately step forward and come up to HMG21. Hello. HMG21, it's me. What's your name? I'm your commander. Sure, Commander. Would you like a handshake, an autograph, or a photo together? Save me! Get me back to Griffin Base! Oh, jeez. Huh? HMG21's face freezes in shock for a second before reverting back to her signature perfect smile. I see. Roleplay is it then? Huh? HMG21 leans in and raises her phone. She makes an exaggerated scared face and takes a selfie. Click. Done. All the photos will be available on my official fan website later. Remember to download it. Oh, wait, hold on. You don't understand. Next. Before you can say anything, the coffee lover behind you has already shoved you out of the queue. You can only stare speechlessly at as HMG21 gets farther and farther away. Wow, that ended as well as I thought it would. With the what do you call this? With the not actually being them. The performance will start in 5 minutes. Franchouge is already waiting at the wings. After sending them off, you wander into the backstage area on your own and make a beeline for Late Night Cafe's VVVVIP dressing room. How many V's are there? There's 3 V's. Very, very, very important people dressing room. And you would think he would have learned from earlier not to do this, because it's just going to bite him in the back. Oh, hey, we're in Nell's apartment. Or at least one of the many backgrounds that could be used as Nell's apartment. Are not in the room. Oh, OBS. OBS crapped out for a second. Are we live still? I think we're live. Okay, we are live. The members of Late Night Cafe are not in the room. Instead, you find a lone woman working at a desk with a frown. Let me guess, it's Kalina.
All the lines you have been rehearsing are instantly stuck in the back of your throat, as the sight of the familiar face renders you speechless. For a second, it's almost as if you were back at the Griffin base, walking into the command center, greeting her like you always do every morning. Kalina. Kalina, question mark? Hmm? Kalina's fingers stop tapping on the keyboard. Her frown deepens. Finally get to see you. I'm so sorry. You must have worked very hard to find me these last few days. She doesn't know you. You walk up to Kalina and take her hands. How'd you track me down? Please get me back to the Griffin base. I promise I'll never pretend to be sick and dump all the work on you again. Kalina gives you a long, hard look. Then she frees her hand from your grip. Excuse me, who are you? Don't you remember me? I'm the commander. Commander? You remember? Kalina's eyes flash with a familiar glint. Don't tell me you're from the military? Do you have gigs for us? Both Late Night Cafe and Great Tea have available slots in their schedules for the next few months. I'm a Griffin commander. I have nothing to do with the military. You're my adjutant. Do you really not remember anything? Griffin, sounds like a penniless place. Damn it, I can't argue with that. Oh, they actually don't have money? Wow. Kruger, what the heck are you doing with the funds? Sweetie, if your booking budget is less than 10 million yen, don't waste my time. 10 million yen, how much is that? Let's just say 100,000 bucks. Roughly, maybe less than that, but oh geez. That's an expensive booking fee. Kalina resumes her busy typing. You have to say something to get her attention again. Dude, just give up already. Why haven't you given up yet? Hey, Panzer. I have a little proposition. I can give you a job with better pay. We're very close. We are not winning. We are not winning. The commander hasn't got in the queue that this isn't his group. I have a little proposition. Let's go with that. I've already come up with some target phrases for our joint venture. Target phrases? To start with, I've set a modest goal for the first phase of our collaboration. And what would that be? If you mean dominating the Japanese market, then been there, done that. Make a profit of 100 million. Kalina's eyes light up for a second before darkening again. I have a mounting suspicion that you're trying to scam me. Aren't you going to ask me how I intend to achieve this goal? I'm all ears. Return me to the Griffin base and I'll tell you. That sounds like a scam. I see. Kalina grins in understanding and as her hand shoots toward the security alarm by the desk. Security, escort this visitor out of my room. Wait! Two burly men dressed in all in black appear quietly from behind and seize you by the arms politely. I just looked you up quickly. You're the temporary manager of Friend Shushu, the opening act tonight, aren't you? You better worry about your group. They're not doing very well on stage. Kalina shows you the live monitor. Friend Shushu is currently dancing stiffly on the stage. Oh crap. You can see the suffering and despair on their faces as the audience's angry boos almost drown out their singing. How can this be? I don't care if you'd come to uncover secrets of Late Night Cafe or SAGA collaboration. But don't bother to come back until Friend Shushu has what it takes to share a stage with my group. Kalina! Please leave, dear Commander. You're just getting in my way of making money. Kalina ignores your desperate protest and lets the bodyguards remove you from the room. You can only watch as the serious face that Kalina makes when she counts money grows farther and farther away from you. Late at night, back at the mansion, the Friend Shushu girls are sitting impassively in the sitting room. Fatigue is written all over their make. Oh crap! Wait, why do we keep doing that? Fatigue is written all over their makeup-free faces. You've already been ranting in the living room for half an hour. The sofa now sports a row of indentations from where you punched it. What gives? You're both idol groups, so why is there such a big difference in how you're treated? And that Kalina, how could she do that to me? Because she's not Kalina. Commander, don't be angry. You suddenly come to your senses and realize that the one who needs comforting right now isn't you, but friend Shushu, whose performance was a flop. You stop pacing and look at Sakura, who has been trying to make you feel better. We failed. Sakura. If Kotaro were here, he'd probably have jumped to his feet and called us useless idiots. Sakura is trying to keep up her smile, but her anguish is weighing down the corner of her lips. Don't be so hard on yourselves. If you want to cry, just let it all out. Commander, you're crying even harder than I am. Tai presses a used tissue onto your face. You accept it with some trepidation. By now, everyone has gathered all around you. Don't cry. It's nothing worth crying over. Late Night Cafe is extremely talented and skilled. It's the truth. It may sound harsh, but we must face it and keep working to improve. Not all is lost. We still have a chance. In 4 days. Yeah, we'll find a way. We made it through a lot of setbacks before. We can do the same again this time. Ai and Junko walk up to Sakura to comfort her. The two girls look back miserable, but their unyielding courage and determination are still shining through. We've been playing it too safe with a training plan. To prepare for the performance in 4 days, we must change things up. I agree, Commander. You become a proper idol manager. You think so? You let out a bitter chuckle as you recall the events that transpired today. You thought you had found the key to your world. You dropped everything and ran up to the door, and only to realize it was all a lie. On the other side of the door, you were met with a Kalina who didn't know you at all. Right now, all you have is your bond with Fanchushu. Why are you sulking? We have every right to moan, but you don't. You have to show us the way forward. Pull yourself together. Saki whacks you in the back. It is probably just your imagination, but you suspect she was already holding back. Another hand rests gently on your shoulder. Don't worry, this wasn't the first time we'd experienced such things. People were also jeering and making mean comments about us when Fanchushu first started out. We've all learned to take it in stride. Besides, this time, we'll have you with us. As long as we work together, I'm sure we will find a way. Perk up. If we're sad, even our singing will sound bad. You look down at all the gentle hands trying to console you. You don't know why, but you can't help but smile. The Fanchushu girls are the ones who need comforting, but they end up comforting you instead. Still, their encouragement has indeed reinvigorated your numb and tired heart. Then let's do this. Let's all do our best together. You hold out your hand, and the Fanchushu girls all place theirs on top of it. This is a solemn promise you have made to them. You will lift Fanchushu up to the very top. We will redeem ourselves next time. We must make Kalina see us in a whole new light. Okay, that was day 3. Holy crap, how much more is there? Holy crap, there's a lot more. Will we make it? Will we make it? I guess we'll find out. Oh crap, that's the wrong one. Day 4. There we go. You arrive at the dance studio with an extremely demanding practice plan that you put together, but you feel a little nervous. You're worried that I will be disappointed in you after yesterday's screw-up. However, you know that you need to overcome that yourself, and so you muster up your courage before handing the new plan to Ai. Thanks to Yuguri's support, I accept your apology and start scrutinizing your plan. Just as you're about to breathe a sigh of relief, she starts adding to the already arduous schedule. even motivating Yuguri and Tai into going along with her. You express your concerns that this might be overdoing it, but I insist that if you don't go this far, there'll always be a bunch of half-baked losers who are a step behind everyone else. I's reply inspires you and helps you understand what it truly means to be an idol, and so you accept the changes she has made to the training plan. Accepts what it means to be an idol? In the early hours of the morning, Saki and Lily both find excuses to slip out of the mansion at the same time. It seems they're planning to start practicing in advance. You have been waiting in the karaoke box for a long time, so you end up overhearing their entire conversation. While they're still in shock, you take out the new training plan that you spent all night putting together. The two of them immediately throw themselves into frenzied training. However, a whiteboard suddenly pops up behind the speakers halfway through the practice session. It raises questions about how the plan is too forceful and will strain one's vocal cords, which will only do harm to their singing skills. Lily recognizes the person behind the board as Junko by the mushrooms growing on her. Saki disagrees with halting the practice session, and she also guesses that Junko is using the whiteboard to communicate because her throat is too worn out to speak. As it turns out, Junko spent the entire night after performing last night in the karaoke box practicing by herself. She came to stop them because she realized that this practice was useless. However, ignore the concern in Junko's eyes and insist on continuing the practice. Oh, I think I kind of get how this is supposed to go now. So there's a morning and a night and an afternoon. And I think you're supposed to like only pick one thing from the morning and night before it goes on to the next thing. And then based on what you pick, you get a ending. That's why there's 9 different endings to this thing. We're going through every single scene. Okay, I get it now. I guess we'll go through every single scene for day 4. And once we get to day 5, I'll probably pick one at random and see where it goes. Is she growing mushrooms on her head? Yes. Whenever Junko gets worried, I guess, mushrooms start growing on her head. Don't ask how that works, it just happens. Surprisingly enough, Sakura isn't in the karaoke box or dance studio. You thought she would be practicing hard for her stage performance. As it turns out, you spot her spacing out through the windows of the convenience store. After coming to her senses, Sakura explains that it would be selfish of her to throw herself wholeheartedly into her practice. Rather, she ought to make some money so that others have more time to practice. You tell her that there are some things only Sakura can do, but Sakura just takes that as your attempt to console her. Just then, a regular customer in the store walks up with a complaint. You nervously ask about it and learn that the customer saw Sakura mopping today and wanted to complain because she thought the shop owner was abusing Sakura. Moping. So how is using this site to read? It's all right. It has like every single scene. But if you're trying to like multiple choices like this, you kind of have to like pick and choose what you want to read. So I should probably like play it straight from last time. After this day is over. Stunned, Sakura listens to the customer thanking her for her warm greeting every morning. And the customer even wishes Sakura all the best for her idol career. You tell her that this is the sort of thing only Sakura can do, and that with constant effort she'll reap the rewards, just like she did with the greeting every day, every morning. Sakura is moved by this and slowly pulls herself together. Okay. Noon. Last night, fueled by pure rage, you burned the midnight oil to put together a new training plan. And we're using the Extra Girls Frontline OST now for this particular thing. You've been busy putting together the new plan into action all morning and are now feeling quite lighthearted thanks to the combined assault of a morning of hard work and an all-nighter. However, you just grit your teeth and return to the backstage in the live house despite being on the verge of passing out. Even though you've seen it for yourself, you still refuse to believe it. Kalina, who has been through hell and high water with you, will never be so heartless. There must be some reason that she can't explain. Or you know, they're different people. This is just a different place. She kept blinking at me. Maybe she was abducted? Maybe she's under the control of some kind of mafia. Did she have no choice but to hurt me just to keep me away? You've been thinking about it long and hard, but you are no closer to an answer. So you decided to return to the scene and search for whatever clues Kalina may have left for you. The vtuber dressing room hasn't been cleaned yet, but the cleaning tools have already been placed by the door. Looks like the cleaners will be back very soon. You don't have much time here. When will you conduct your search? Where will you conduct your search? Desk Kalina was working, dressing table where idols had makeup applied, restroom where inspiration always strikes. I guess the desk. You walk up to the desk where you confronted Kalina last night. Kalina's leftover coffee and her messy notes are still on the desk. You pick up the paper cup and give it a sniff. It smells pretty much like the instant coffee you buy yourself at the convenience store. Kalina, you cheapskate, you're absolutely loaded in this universe, but you still won't buy anything nice for yourself. Seriously, why even bother making so much money? You put down the cup and start flipping through Kalina's notes. Unlike the neat and delicate handwriting that you're used to seeing on combat reports, the handwriting on these papers is rather sloppy and erratic. You can tell Kalina was anxious and in a hurry when scrolling these words. Such astonishing figures. Just the numbers that Late Night Cafe is bringing in and their future gigs are enough to leave you dumbstruck. It pains you to admit that it's definitely a lot more money than you have ever seen back at the Griffin base. Is there nothing else? Kalina, you really haven't left me any clues? You've rummaged through everything on the desk and even tried to decipher the numbers on her notes, but there's no useful information to be gleaned. You can hear the cleaner's footsteps coming from outside. You must withdraw for now. Failure. After leaving the live house, you return to the mansion and are about to have lunch with Franshushu. But the dining table is empty, save for a lonely bento and a note. You pick up the note. It reads, Dear Commander, we will not be able to have lunch with you at the agreed time because we want to practice a bit longer. We apologize, but you may have to eat alone. The bento is on the table, so just pop it into the microwave. See you in the afternoon. Yours truly, Yuguri. You sit before the chilled bento in a daze as memories from how the girls have been working so hard trying to follow your extremely demanding training regimen. Did I read that right? You sit before the chilled bento in a daze as memories of how the girls have been working together so hard trying to follow your extremely demanding training regimen. Okay, I did read that right. You resolve to stay and fight with them until the very end. You won't run away and leave them behind ever again. Okay, so now I have a choice. Dance studio, karaoke box, bathhouse, fast food restaurant, or convenience store. I guess let's go to the dance studio. Inside the dance studio, Lily trains according to your extremely demanding training regimen. You keep urging Lily to go faster and keep up with the beat. Then with a pump, Lily's heart suddenly shrinks down before exploding. Which almost takes your breath away. Okay. Right, Lily has had heart problems, I guess? Worried, you run over to check on Lily. She says that the physical strain of all this practice was probably too much for her and tries to comfort you by saying she's alright. But you still end up blaming yourself for it. Lily says that she's worried about you instead. Her heart will tell her if she's overdoing it. But for yourself, you keep pushing yourself onward even if the strain on you exceeds that you can bear. You are touched by her concern and suggest that the two of you watch TV to de-stress. However, Lily shakes her head and proposes that you two go check in the rest of the Franshushu and bring them snacks. Fine, I guess we'll check in with the rest of them. Well, she's also a zombie, so it's not like she can die again, can she?
Actually, I don't know how I think these girls can die again if you crush their heads, but no one's ever thought about that, so it's not an issue. Sakura practices over and over again, keeping with your new hellish training regimen. Since she keeps failing to get ideal results, Sakura keeps going without a rest. Even her hoarseness bordering on a loss of her voice doesn't stop her. It's only then that you realize your plan is putting such a huge strain on Sakura. In order to keep her from wearing herself out, you decide to drag Sakura off by force to rest. Along the way, you decide to counsel Sakura by telling her about Destroyer's insistence on getting a mature big sister body. What? Destroyer's insistence on getting a mature big sister body, which ultimately resulted in her becoming a large doggo. Wait, we're talking about Destroyer and how she got transferred into a large diner gate? What? Why are we talking about it like this? Is she even gonna understand this? Sakura can't help but smile as she listens to that utterly ridiculous story. She then realizes that the fact that she wasn't feeling right is similar to Destroyer's own situation. Well, I guess it's working. She got something from it. After understanding your intention, Sakura allows herself to relax a little. You know what? I kind of want to read the rest of it. Let's go. The drawbacks of the plan reveal themselves soon enough. Before the day is over, you hear about how Ai ended up hurt from overtraining and how Junko withdrew herself out of anxiety. Into herself out of anxiety. After the urging of everyone, you have dragged the two of them to the bathhouse to relax. Ai emerges from the bath before Junko and you ask about her condition out of concern. You scold her for being too impatient, but she rebukes you. Ai believes that the opening act failed because it didn't train enough. Right now, friend Shushu cannot afford to fail again, and she has to lead by example. You tell Ai that if she truly believes she is friend Shushu member number 3, she has to give up on trying to go at it alone and learn how to rely on others. To that, Ai says she's the one whom everyone else relies on. In the end, your conversation once again ends unhappily. Okay, we did use end twice. And we don't get to see Junko. I see. You arrive at the fast food restaurant and see Saki, who's as imposing as ever. Whilst talking to the owner, she says that Saki's been especially hard working today. Though you feel gratified, you sense that something is wrong with Saki and head over to the back door during her break. You discover that not only is Saki not resting, she's planning to promote friend Shushu in the restaurant too. Upon seeing you, Saki's expression turns annoyed and she tells you not to get in her way. However, you can instantly tell her that her surefire plan isn't going to work, and you suggest a few changes. Saki still has her doubts as she changes her plan to incorporate your suggestions, but then it actually works out, which causes Saki to view you in a different light. You tell her that you understand that she feels responsible as a leader, but you hope she can share her burden with you, her producer. I see. Convenience store welcome. You head down to the convenience store to buy some household items and happen to run into Yuguri and Tai hiding in an alley beside the store. Why? Yuguri is supporting Tai, who looks very shaky on her feet. She collapses into a heap the moment Yuguri lets her go. After speaking to them, you learn that they are in such bad shape because of the incredibly demanding training regimen. Feeling a bit guilty, you prepare to call up Ai to stop her from ramping up the training even more. However, Yuguri stops you, believing that Ai is very high-strung right now, and it'll be worse if she doesn't get a chance to vent it. Tai seems to agree, somehow. With Yuguri's guidance, you manage to help Tai recover with dried shredded squid, until she can walk again. The two of them decide to return to practice immediately. You try to urge them to rest, but in the end, all you can do is watch them stumble off together in the distance. I know the shredded squid thing is like such a gag in the series, But personally speaking, I'm not a huge fan of shredded squid because most of the time, holy crap, it's tough, super tough, and sometimes they over dry it, and I don't know how you're supposed to even chew the darn thing. There are some that are actually pretty soft, and those are pretty good. But the tough ones, if you get a tough package, like uh, I don't know, soak it in something. Shredded stuff is tactile wise not your thing. If you haven't tried shredded squid before, there's a lot of different makers for dried shredded squid, just like there is for jerky. And some brands of jerky are, you know, not my preference over others. Same thing with the shredded squid. Think of the shredded squid as East Asia's East Asia's version of jerky, because that's basically what it is. Before beef jerky became a thing over there. I don't know if beef jerky is even still a thing over there. It's like I hardly see beef jerky in the convenience stores, but shredded squid and other snacks are more common for sure. I do like the dried scallops. Those are usually pretty good. Just a little bit expensive, but it is scallops, so it is what it is. I also do like the dried fish. Those are pretty good too. Late at night in the quiet forest park, the air is stifling with humidity. You sit alone on the wet and cold park bench, looking at the leaves glistening in the streetlights. Why is this background music here? Unlike the unlike the white sunlight reflected during the day, the light now is hazy and misty. The teardrops welled in the corners of the eye, like teardrops corners in the corners of the eye. With a morose sigh, you unfold the hellish training regimen you have written out earlier and start scribbling down all the training notes for today. The training plan was unreasonably demanding to begin with, but the French Shushu member still insisted on raising the difficulty. As a result, the training was extremely ineffective on the first day. Sakura had lost her voice. Ai and Junko were off their game. Tai and Lily were both suffering from joint issues. Yugiri wasn't doing very well either, but she did her best holding everything together. As you recall the difficult afternoon, the training plan slips out of your hand and flutters to the ground. You let out another sigh. None of the battle plans you made at Griffin have ever been such a terrible failure. Commander, you are a producer right now, not a commander. So this is a little bit out of your wheelhouse, but you're getting though. You're getting there. And this isn't even the worst. Maybe my talents are only suited to being a commander? Am I really just completely hopeless as an idol manager? If only I could get in touch with the base. At least I would be able to consult the dolls who had experienced as idols. Some people may look close, but are in fact far, far away. Others may look far, but are actually right before you. Ninja? A wispy voice speaks through the rustling leaves. No matter which world you're in, you just don't cherish those right before you. You mean I should just talk directly with Fan Shushu and discuss our thoughts? You have a point. I just can't help but think about the Griffin base. No. What I mean is, you should give me a call and ask for my professional opinion. Why, Ninja? Why? Once again, you feel the urge to stand up and leave. But the ninja stops you by putting his hand on your knees. Ninja, why are you trying to get us to use you as like, a helpline? Is this your training plan? Yes, it's not working well at all. The ninja picks up the piece of paper from the ground. His eyes turn from calm lake into an erupting volcano. That's a interesting description. What the hell is this? An emergency training plan for French Shushu. What else could it be? Training? What training? Are you trying to make these zombies die a second time? I'm starting to feel like I think I know who this ninja is. They're zombies. Surely they can handle dying again. Hey! No human would be able to improve as an idol by following these outrageous plans. They're not robots, you know? I see. No wonder. I've been having so much trouble with this job. I only have ever commanded dolls. Enough with the nonsense. What's the stuff you've been writing on the side? Oh, a brief summary of Franchouche's performance today. The volcano in the ninja's eyes are no longer erupting. The ninja's eyes are now two flat voids and are as dull as a volcanic ashes drifting through the air. This is a total disaster. The worst I've ever seen in my lifetime. It's even more disastrous than having 500 people show up at a performance meant for 30,000! I have more bad news for you. You shift your gaze guiltily. The concert organizer just gave me a call to tell me that the venue for the performance in 3 days has been given to another idol group under Kalina Entertainment. A group called Grey Tree. Have you heard of them? I heard they're even better than Late Night Cafe. Ninja? The ninja has collapsed to the ground. There's no answer no matter how much you try to wake him. Starting to think ninjas might be someone we know in this universe. An hour later, you drag the French Shushu girls away from the karaoke box and dance studio by force, and take them back to the mansion. Oh, thanks for the tip. Commander, what are we doing here all of a sudden? Don't we usually eat in the sitting room? She seems to be chewing on some unknown object. What is she eating? I guess we don't know. It's an unknown object. Alright, see you later, GNG. Have a good rest. I have something important to say to you. Standing by the blackboard, you meet the girls' eyes solemnly one by one. This is where you meet Franchouche. This is where you met Franchouche when you first woke up. You believe this gives the place some special significance. You're not going to leave us, are you? I've made you a promise. But regardless of that, I'll stick with you till the end. Commander. Jeez, what's with all this cheesiness? So what is it, Commander? You take a deep breath. You've been mulling over what you're about to say long and hard. Every single word matters. I'm sorry. Huh? Commander? Why are you apologizing? I was too heedless when I put together this training plan. I didn't consider how an idol should grow. I only cared about forcing improvement upon the most efficient way. I never consulted any of you when coming up with this plan. I just went ahead on my own. I saw how much this plan had cost you today, and I'm deeply sorry. Commander, it wasn't entirely your fault. It was mine too. I was too anxious and impatient and let that get to me. I kept pressing you to push us harder. The same goes for all of us. We started panicking because of how far behind we were and threw ourselves into our training recklessly. Everything that happened today wasn't the fault of any one person. We all had a part of it. That's right, we're collective. The French Shushu girls all stand up and gather around you. Commander, you don't have to apologize for us. These things don't have to be said out loud when to be understood. I think it is necessary for me to tell you how I feel because it only occurred to me today that I had never shared my inner thoughts with you before. We should have communicated better so we'd be on the same page. You pause as the girls stack their heads on top of yours. So, we're now about to face our grimmest challenge. If referring to the venue canceling on us, we're already aware of that. We're trying to find a new venue.
But because it's such short notice, we may only be able to get something small. Still, this concert is 100% happening. No matter where we do it, Franchushu is Franchushu. You smile at these girls who are determined to stay strong and are doing their best to comfort you. Someone once told me that an idol should perform on a stage that befits them. Franchushu's concert in 3 days can only take place here. You raise a performance poster which should have been featuring Franchushu, but their place has been taken by 5 familiar faces. But it's booked by Great Tree. Great Tree's a very well-known and talented death metal band. So what? Have you forgotten your own spirit of rock and roll? Our own spirit of rock and roll? You turn on a hi-fi, and powerful music starts blasting through the speakers. We're Franchushu. We must take back what belongs to us. That's right. Franchushu will always get what we're owed. If someone dare sees our stage, we'll raise our mics and take it back. Never give up. Now or never. Wait, that was very short. What the heck? I turns off the hi-fi. Please calm down. You can chant your slogans as loud as you want, but we still have to face reality. These fervent slogans will only lead us further astray. I do dream of performing on a stage like that, but... Don't worry, I have a solution. What solution? You flash him a confident smile as you take out the item that the ninja has prepared for you. 2 hours ago at the forest park. After much relentless shaking, the ninja finally wakes up retching. Are you alright? Yeah. You're finally awake. You scare me to death. The ninja gets to his feet and silently stares into space for a long time. What? I'm thinking of a solution. You're not thinking about assassinating Great Tree, are you? We're not in Ninja Assassin. The ninja takes out a poster with a frown. What's that? There's only one thing you can do. Defeat Great Tree and replace them. Defeat them? Maybe you should consider assassination after all. The members of Great Tree are dolls. You can take them out just by seizing the control authorizations. No! Franchushu has to beat them fair and square. You've never watched Franchushu's death metal performance. They will not lose to Great Tree. Besides, this concert will take place in SAGA. Franchushu will surely win as long as they can awaken the SAGA audience's spirit of rock and roll. How do we do that? That's up to you and Franchushu to figure out. That's not helpful at all. If I'm understanding this correctly, you want us to challenge Great Tree? If we win, we'll get the venue back? Precisely. Yuri places a hand lightly on your forehead to check your temperature. Feels normal enough. Are you feeling unwell? Maybe you should take a rest. That's delusional, Commander. No, we all have a surefire key to victory. What is it? Does Lily also have it? Click. You switch on the hi-fi again. Spirit! Saga spirit of rock and roll. Rock and roll isn't dead. You are also undead. So you are rock and roll. This is something Kotaro would say. This is exactly something Kotaro would say. He's channeling his inner Kotaro somehow. I guess we end that there. Alrighty then. I don't know if we'll be able to go through the rest of the days. There's still a lot more to go through. But let's see. Why does this music sound like it could come from Blue Archive? This sounds like it come from Blue Archive. Wow.
Inside the karaoke box, you worry that with the group members splitting up to practice on their own, you won't be able to see how they all perform together. After hearing your concerns, inspiration strikes Lily and gets an idea. Lily drags your thoroughly confused self along on a quest to go on a group practice session with the rest of friends Shushu. However, Lily mentions that she came across Grey Tree fans Grey Tree fan meets everywhere on her way to the karaoke box, and Grey Tree's popularity makes you feel nervous again. Also, you're worried that this is why Junko is late, and she's probably hiding by herself somewhere growing mushrooms. Oh wow! They got this outfit for her. Fortunately, your worst fear has not come to pass, and Junko shows up with a guitar on her back. The goal of taking the performance venue back from Grey Tree has ignited Junko's fighting spirit, and she uses this opportunity to vent all the frustration she's accumulated during practice sessions. You've never seen Junko in such a destructive mood before. You are positively mesmerized. After finishing the song, Junko raises her guitar high and smashes it down. Although she stops just short of destroying the instrument, her sheer force of personality makes you feel certain that she'll bring the house down tonight. Still sounds like it could be from Blue Archive. You head over to the karaoke box, intending to discuss the training plan with Ai again. Instead, you find her standing at the door to the karaoke box. Strange sounds are coming from inside. She thinks that someone else is practicing their singing in there. The two of you open the door and enter, only to discover that the person practicing inside is Sakura. Ai is utterly stunned and asks Sakura what has happened to her voice. You, on the other hand, are very angry because you have clearly forbidden friend Shushu from overtraining after Ai got hurt. Sakura apologizes to you, and Ai realizes Sakura is working so hard because of her own anxiety. It is then that Ai realizes she's forgotten to take her friend's feeling into account, and she apologizes to you and Sakura of her own accord. She picks up a pair of pen lights and cheers for Sakura to show that she believes Sakura can do it. Once Sakura gets some rest, she'll work with her to devise a more appropriate training regimen. Bathhouse Glup Glup. It is a rainy morning and you decide to go to the bathhouse to warm yourself. Inside the bath, you hear the sound of a shamisen from outside. The bath attendant says Yuguri is playing a song. Ooh, we get something different now. Once you finish your bath, you see Yuguri playing her shamisen under the cherry tree. She tells you that when her heart feels restless, the sound of the shamisen has always managed to calm her down. You notice a hairpin on the ground. According to what Yuguri can remember, it was dropped by a woman with silver hair and blue eyes. Although she had a cold and austere bearing and played a different genre from Yuguri, they resonated very well with each other in terms of musical expression. As you listen to her description of the woman, you can't help but find her very familiar, but you have no idea who she is. Yuguri consoles you by saying that even if you didn't get to see her, listening to the same song in the same place is already an encounter of sorts. I'm guessing that was 416? You arrive at the fast food restaurant, and Saki is still sticking to her work-song practice cycle. You offer to help Saki out of concern for her health, and this time she readily agrees. During the course of her shift, you discover that Saki is feeling very anxious. She's distracted with dealing with customers during practice, and even brings up friendship's training situation with you from time to time. You sense that Saki has an idea on how to proceed next, and decide to look her up during break time. Whereupon you find her watching Grey Tree concert videos. After a brief chat, Saki confirms that she is very anxious at the moment. It largely stems from the fact that she, as the leader, can't help everyone take care of everything by herself, be it during their loss to Late Night Cafe or during the group's preparation for their face-off with Grey Tree.
It's completely unlike how things were like in the past when she was a biker gangster, because many things have to be done differently now. They can't just beat people up. It doesn't work that way, sadly. You ask Saki if she was alone during her delinquent days. She excitedly tells you about her bestie. She points out that just like before, she has good friends fighting alongside her, so she doesn't need to take all the burden on her own shoulders. Your words give Saki much to think about. Okay. Convenience store. Irashamase. The outside area of the convenience store is abuzz with activity because drive-in Toy, is doing some shooting there. But you pay that no mind as you are busy thinking about your strategy to deal with Grey Tree. As usual, Tai is by your side, helping you. She seems to be trying to tell you something, but you just give her a perfunctory reply without really paying attention to her. Suddenly, she drops the boxes she's holding and stands in your path. She seems to be grumbling angrily about something. You take that to mean she's angry at you for not listening to her and explain to her that you got distracted about thinking about Great Tree. Tai comes down after listening to you. She starts picking up the stuff she threw on the ground and even carries your share of the boxes. Oh wait, is she actually, what do you call this? Working with you at the convenience store now because of what happened earlier? Wow. That is, I didn't think that was actually gonna be like, I didn't think that was actually gonna stick, but I guess it stuck. Your heart swells because you think Tai finally understands what you're trying to tell her. But by the time Tai returns, she's dragging the KO drive-in Toy mascot behind her. Tai points at the drive-in Toy, at herself, and then makes a gesture of you. Makes a gesture at you? You understand that what Tai is trying to say. Namely, that she's strong enough to take out the drive-in chicken, the drive-in Toy chicken mascot. In a 1v1. Right. You're stuck somewhere between laughter and tears when you realize why she did this. The photo shoot outside the convenience store is in chaos. With the help of the store clerk, you surreptitiously move the drive-in Toy mascot back outside. Once everything is over, you look at Tai, who's been waiting on the spot for you, and decide to buy her a packet of dry shredded squid. Tai doing Tai things. 4 targets at 2 o'clock. Targets are eating and relatively focused, but considering they are tactical dolls, one cannot be too cautious, or they could just be real people here. As you gaze at your familiar subordinates from afar with narrowed eyes, you try to work out how to disable them in your head. In the last 10 minutes, you've already probed Grey Tree posing as a fan. Wait, you have already probed Grey Tree posing as a fan. Oh, okay, so we're undercover. Like Late Night Cafe, they didn't recognize you at all and even gave you an autograph. It's for the best. At least it'll make this easier. You pick up your glass of ice water from the table. The ice cubes knock against the glass, making a clattering noise. Only then do you realize your hand is shaking. You wonder if you're feeling guilty for conspiring to sabotage your doll subordinates, or if you're feeling thrilled? It's your own fault for being so damn good. Friend Shushu won't stand a chance in a head-on fight. For strategic reasons, more unconventional methods are necessary. I think you are in the wrong genre right now, Commander. This isn't a war game. You retract your gaze and recall the mind-blowing experience you had earlier. Mind-blowing? A few hours ago, you logged into Grey Tree's fan forum using the only computer in the study. Grey Tree is incredibly popular in the rock music scene, but I've watched Friend Shushu perform before, and they aren't actually that far behind. Let me try to identify Grey Tree's weaknesses. They might just be Friend Shushu's strengths.
Click open a video of Grey Tree's live performance optimistically. Bam, bam, bam. The drummer lifted her cold gaze as she smashed out a series of explosive yet controlled beats. With her eyes obscured by a pair of sunglasses, the guitarist grinned coolly and plucked a melody as bewitching as dark magic with a flurry of fingers. The moment the vocalist opened her mouth, her low coarse voice washed over you like chilled vodka, strong and spicy. The lyrics that she spewed like a machine gun reined in the vehement drum beats and restless guitar. Precise, ruthless, utterly uncompromising, the music whipped at the audience like a cold instrument of torture. Those were only 3 of them. Where's the 4th one? The video had ended, but you stared at the static web page in a daze for a very long time. After much contemplation, you came to a conclusion. Friend Shushu will only win if Grey Tree's out of the picture. You're still watching Grey Tree carefully, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The 4 girls are eating their barbecued meat wordlessly like strangers that got put on the same table. As you observe more closely, you notice that there is a subtle undercurrent of tension beneath the deceptively tranquil scene. M1897 is diligently cooking the meat on the grill. Her shades are fogged up by the steam, but she dares not put down the tongs to wipe them clean. Across her sits M1887. She's peering down at the meat in her bowl with some disdain. The meat was put there by M1897, but unfortunately it isn't cooked all the way through. Type 80, who isn't wearing any glasses, is staring straight at the meat being cooked on the grill. Every time 1897 meets her eyes, her hands shake visibly. MG5 is focused on eating, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, but you know that she's definitely aware of the tension at the table and is currently thinking about how to resolve the situation. Now's my chance. While they're all... Excuse me, do you need anything else? A waiter has appeared out of nowhere and is completely blocking your view. You can't see behind him no matter how you crane your neck, so you glare up at him. The chicken in your grill has been burned to a crisp. Would you like the bill, or... What? You look down at your grill only to realize your tender and juicy chicken has all turned into inedible charcoal. Inedible. It pains you to no end, but you cannot leave just yet. Please, give me another portion of chicken. Sure, one moment please. The waiter walks off, clearing up your view again. The 4 members of Grey Tree are now all on their feet. They still aren't speaking, but the tension is running even higher. Barbecue sauce is splashed all over 1897's glasses, but even though her vision is completely impaired at the moment, she's still stubbornly holding onto the tongs and flipping it in the air. 1887 is clutching angrily onto a bowl filled with grilled meat, locked in a silent tug-of-war with Type 80. Type 80 shows no sign of backing down either. They're currently stuck at an impasse, but you can see that Type 80 is silently activating her drone. Wait, she's actually got a drone? With a deep frown, MG5 pulls out several tissues with her hand to clean out the barbecued sauce that has been spilt onto her hair. Her right hand is balled up into a trembling fist. Great, I mustn't let this opportunity go to... Oh, if it's in French Shushu's manager? Hello. Your view is once again blocked. This masked girl is quite petite, but she has positioned herself in a way that makes it impossible for you to see past her. What are you doing here? I hear there'll be a face-off between French Shushu and Grey Tree? Yeah? Then why do you seem so unconcerned? I'm actually on some very important business. What business? I want to know. That's a trade secret. You push the masked girl aside and crane your neck to catch a glimpse of Grey Tree. The barbecue sauce and M1897 glasses have been smeared evenly across the lenses. She has finally put down her tongs and is now silently holding M1887 down. M1887 is straining forward and looks hellbent on reaching across the table to kick Type 80's ass. But she cannot get to her with M1897 pulling her back. Type 80 is chewing ferociously as if someone were going to pry her mouth open and make her spit out all the meat inside. Her cheeks are stuffed like a hamster's. Meanwhile, it is clear from MG5's face that she has had enough. She has not been able to completely remove the barbecue sauce, which has now congealed in her hair. She has both Type 80 and her drone pinned viciously on the table. No, this really is a 1 in a million chance. What are you mumbling about? The masked girl shoves her face back into your view. Stop asking. Oh, look over there. It's Late Night Cafe! Oh, I'm not a fan anymore. What? That was fast. Lately, I've gotten really into... You push down on the masked girl's head to reveal. Excuse me, here's your chicken. Should I place it onto your grill? Just put it down. I'll take care of it myself. Okay. Hey, are you listening to me? You once again clear your view and peer over to the other table. The Grey Tree members have gone back to eating in their seats, though M1887 and Type 80 are clearly the latest subjects of our barbecue sauce baptism. The bill. Yes, ma'am. It's over. I've missed my chance. You sit down dejectedly as you watch Grey Tree take their leave. Oh, isn't that Grey Tree? In my opinion, Grey Tree won't win against French Shushu. I agree. Huh? I just told you, didn't I? Lately I've gotten really into... French Shushu! Wait, what? What? Aren't you supposed to be their manager? What's with the odd reaction to the group's biggest fan? What do you like about them? The crazy fan immediately turns on her MP4 and opens a video clip. It's a solo contest between Ty and the drive-in toy mascot. You've seen the video before, and it was a spectacular face-off. Also, the rock and roll performance was super lit. I haven't seen such an impactful rock performance in a long time. You don't find Grey Tree's performance impactful? Grey Tree's talent and technique are indeed incomparable, but they have a fatal problem as a heavy metal rock band. What is it? The crazy fan shakes her head a little wistfully. They're too successful. Really? Being too successful is a bad thing? Suffering from success? Ever since they became a hit, they have not been turned away from any stage. Everywhere they go, they're met with smiles and applause. They no longer have the rage of a small underground band. Ah, I see. I don't see the problem. Rock and roll is all about rage. It's the expression of rage. It's a defiant roar. If everything goes exactly as you want and the world's your oyster, you don't have a reason to rage and roar. French Shushu, however, is perfect for this genre. They've encountered setback after setback, and they always seem to have the most rotten luck. I can't wait to hear them let out their roars of frustration. Your gaze rests again on the screen that's showing Ty and the drive-in toy mascot's faces. A low chuckle bubbles up your chest all of a sudden. I've just had the most brilliant idea. The most ingenious plan. Let's see. Yugiri has fallen slightly behind the others due to juggling her part-time job and household chores. Thus, you help everyone record the dance practice sessions and hand it over to Yugiri, along with analysis of the dance moves. With your help, Yugiri manages to master the parts where she's lacking. You are startled by her intelligence, but she attributes all of it to you. She feels that it was your leadership which has given her the courage and confidence that make up for her shortfall in progress. She also believes that the others have become more confident and carefree due to your influence. However, you feel that you haven't done enough for them yet. If you had Griffin's technology here, you could even give Yugiri's AI based off. Yugiri AIs based off French Shushu as practice partners.
Yuri finds it hard to imagine what such technology is like, and you promise to take her to see the Griffin base if you have the chance. Yeah, that's not happening. Your conversation with a die-hard fan in the afternoon gives you new inspiration for your face-off with Greytree. Just as you think Franshushu might have a good chance of winning, Tai enters a karaoke box and does her rousing rooster crow in time to the music. You immediately realize that the difference between ideals and reality and begin teaching Tai how to sing. I don't think she actually sings though in any of the anime. She just kind of dances and never actually opens her mouth. She does growl, I think, at some point, but that's it. However, Tai lost in her own world as she mimics your singing with rooster cries and mumbling. You assume she is showing her aversion to the practice session by being passive-aggressive, so you terminate it early. Only when you're putting away the training materials after Tai has left. Wait, only when you're putting away the training materials after Tai has left. Do you realize she was actually practicing in her own way? Although she didn't get the lyrics right, she was pitch perfect. Huh. Just as you're feeling guilty over blaming her unjustly, Tai suddenly returns to the karaoke box. She looks like she wants to say something but can't get the words out. You apologize immediately and offer her dried shredded squid to make up for it. However, Tai doesn't wolf it down happily like usual. Instead, she grabs her throat and collapses in front of you. Grabs her throat and collapses in front of you. Frightened, you immediately check Tai and realize she had swallowed the practice tape just before she left, and it's stuck in her throat. Oh, okay. You extract the now ruined tape and offer Tai the dried shredded squid again. This time, she saves the last strip for you. It's just a tiny step forward, but you're extremely pleased with the progress you made. Good for her. At the bathhouse entrance, as part of a reward for their hard work, you buy sake and Sakura drinks once they emerge from the baths. Sakura wants a strawberry milk. Sake wants a new chicken-flavored drink that everyone hates. Due to the sheer weirdness of Saki's drink, both you and Sakura study Saki's reaction. In the end, Sake downs it in one gulp and complains that it sucks, to nobody's surprise. Sakura chuckles and says that she figured that would happen. On the other hand, Sake believes that she needs to taste anything that's flavored like stuff she likes, no matter how terrible it might turn out to be. You can't help but think about how this relates to Sake's personality, and state your agreement with her philosophy. Although it thoroughly disturbs Sakura. I mean, would you drink a chicken-flavored soda? There's a shrimp soda actually exists somewhere in Japan. Can't say I've ever tried it because I've never seen it, but I have tried lobster flavored ice cream before. That was interesting to say the least. Probably would do it again, actually. You're worrying about tonight's show. After all, Greytree is a stronger opponent than Late Night Cafe. Lily has been acting all mysterious and says she has a secret weapon that Greytree will never expect. Full of anticipation, you follow Lily, but then you are sorely disappointed when you discover that her so-called secret weapon is a big meal at the fast food restaurant. Lily quickly explains that familiar tastes make it easy for people to recall memories. Every time she tastes the food here, Lily remembers all the times Franshushu celebrated or cheered themselves up in this place. It's just like casting a spell of happiness. Getting a bite before a show fills them all up with energy. Okay. A classically trained group like Greytree would definitely avoid eating and drinking before a show, so they wouldn't understand this trick. You really shouldn't be eating and drinking right before any performance, because it will ruin your voice. After understanding Lily's plan, the two of them eat up everything on the table together. You can't help but wonder if Lily will remember today's events when she comes back to eat here again. At the convenience store,
You hear Junko muttering distractedly to herself while she's working, and your curiosity is piqued. However, every time you try to get closer to listen in, a highly motivated Ai drags you off to do more work. Ai holds herself to the highest standards even though this is just a part-time job, and the same applies to you. Ai is hoping that you'll be able to get enough money together to put on the show and do a nationwide tour in order to challenge Iron Frill. She optimistically states that you'll only need to work another 200 more days of part-time to achieve this aim. Junko cuts in and backs up Ai's calculations. For a moment, Ai thinks that she and Junko are on the same wavelength. Turns out, Junko was calculating how many more days of work she would need to pay off her guitar if she smashed to join the show. Which is way more than what you would need for Iron Frill, I feel like. It's over. That's it. Those words tumble around in your head as you stand in front of the entrance of the live house, where people are milling about preparing for the concert. It's really all over this time. You put down the phone. Sakura is still asking, "What do we do?" anxiously on the other end. Will Franshoshu really meet their end today? You slump to the ground with a bitter chuckle. You check the time again. There is half an hour before the performance officially begins. Half an hour. That's not enough time for anything. You unfold the map of SAGA that you always have on you, for some reason. You try to remain calm as you formulate a contingency plan. Your finger first points at the convenience store. Tai and Sakura are trapped in the storeroom there at the moment. The original plan was for Sakura to collect Tai from her workplace and head to the performance venue together with her. But life is unpredictable.
Commander, we're stuck in the storeroom. How?
She doesn't seem to be too aware of the current situation.
I just want to help Tai finish moving the boxes more quickly. But before I knew it, the door to the store had been locked. Even Tai can't get the door open. What do we do? What do we do?
Sakura is running anxiously around the storeroom and Tai starts copying what she's doing. The two girls end up kicking up a micro dust storm in the storeroom. Meanwhile, Saki is held up at the fast food restaurant. She was just passing by on her motorbike. She was only 10 minutes away from the performance venue. But life is unpredictable.
I didn't ask for this, but they were having a really heated argument. Nobody around tried to stop them. I was worried they would really have to go at each other, so I went up and tried to calm things down. How would I know I'd get dragged into this whole thing? She just so happened to come across an intense argument between two local biking gangsters, and quickly became embroiled in the dispute. They're demanding a duel between me and their chief. I can't chicken out, can I? I can't talk right now. I'll be there once I sort this out. Saki hangs up decisively. Looks like she really means to take part in the duel. Wow. Meanwhile, Yugiri and Lily are stumbling around the mansion in a panic. They were supposed to go home, pick up their performance outfits, and make it back to the venue. But why not? But life is unpredictable, yet again. The outfits were right here. Lily even double-checked before setting out for the rehearsal. But they were gone when I came back to pick them up. Don't cry and don't panic. Let's look for them more carefully. The outfits must be here somewhere. But we've already combed the entire mansion 7 times.
The performance outfits have vanished without a trace. They are currently 7 feet deep into excavating the mansion. Meanwhile, Ai and Junko are stuck in the dance studio. They were supposed to run through all the blocking one last time before coming to the performance venue. Run through all the blocking? But life is unpredictable.
Commander, is there any way you can have some foundation delivered here quickly? I'm so sorry, I'm so clumsy.
Junko slipped on some spilled makeup remover and ruined her makeup. The dance studio just so happens to be really busy at the moment, so they dare not leave and show themselves.
You should go. Don't waste any more time here with me. No, we're a team. We're not leaving anyone behind. Now I must help Junko through the crowd and make it to the performance venue without being exposed as zombies. You pull at your hair in frustration. You briefly consider just running into a wall. To hell with everything. You don't have enough time to resolve any of the problems. What's worse, even if you do manage to get any one of them out of their predicament, the performance still won't be able to go on ahead. If that happens, Franchusha's career will suffer a disastrous blow. For Christ's sakes. You can already imagine the headlines in the coming days. What a disgrace! Small-time band Franchushu putting on airs and bailing on concert? Franchushu in shambles! What were the members doing in the evening before they disbanded? According to the witness, Franchushu members 3 and 4 locked themselves up in this dance studio for a night. No, this won't do. I've got to think. I gotta do something. I gotta put things together. Hey, what are you doing? You're pulled back from bashing your head against the wall. Leave me alone! Save your head banging for later. Now go and get Franchusha here for the interview. Great Tree's done with theirs. What's wrong? I thought we'd inform you about the interview beforehand. There's been an accident? Clashing numbers? They're still putting on makeup? Problem with instruments? Sudden diarrhea? No. They're not stuck somewhere, are they? Yes. The production assistant's cheerful laughter slowly dies away. You're not serious, are you? No. Sheesh, you got me. They're stuck in multiple locations. You tell the production assistant about everything that happened after the rehearsal. What? The performance is less than 30 minutes away. They won't make it back here in time. Don't just stand there, move! Where should I go? For some reason, the production assistant seems even more terrified than you. After doing high knees for 30 seconds, he tosses his assistant's writing pad at you. I'll think of something. Try to buy some time. But what if they really don't make it? Have some faith in them. They will make it. Just buy them some time. Delay the performance for as long as you can. I'm assuming the production assistant's Kotaro. The backstage is in utter chaos because of Franchushu's absence. You gather up your courage and walk up to the production manager. It is down to you to buy enough time for Franchushu to get here in time. So you have decided to beg, play it cool, bullshit your way through. The only answer. Now, where is Franchushu? The production manager glares at you. He looks like he could start belching fire any second. You pat him on the shoulder calmly. They're here. Where? Tell them to get on stage already. They're right here. What? Their spirit is like air. They're everywhere. This is the true spirit of rock and roll. Someone throw this lunatic out of here. A few production assistants pin you down and start dragging you out of the backstage. Enthusiastic applause erupts in the auditorium. Looks like Great Tree's performance is coming to an end very soon. Let go of me! I'm telling the truth! If Franchushu still hasn't gotten here, I'll have to announce the cancellation of the performance. The project manager walks towards the stage without a backward glance. Snap. The moment Great Tree is off the stage, it suddenly goes pitch black. What's going on? A distraction. A few moments later, the stage lights up again. Franchushu is now standing on stage. All members are present. Somehow. Huh. So that was all theatrics. Indeed. Please do forgive me. You let out a discreet sigh. They all made it after all. You observe Franchushu on the backstage monitor, and you immediately notice, due to the hasty entrance, Sakura is holding a loudspeaker instead of a microphone. Junko is clearly wearing 2 different shades of foundation. Ai is already hyperventilating before the performance has even started. Saki is still wearing her biking gloves. Only Lily, Yuguri, and Tai look relatively unruffled. Yes. You inhale through your teeth as your heart leaps to your throat. The auditorium is covered in a frosty silence.
Countless pairs of eyes stare coldly at friend Shushu. I feel like this has happened before. You can't even begin to imagine the pressure they must be feeling. It is the same pressure that friend Shushu has been feeling all along.
Hello everyone, we're friend Shushu.
Oh, she's got her biker gang outfit. Oh, nice. Yoroshiku! We're so happy to be here. No answer from the audience. Then comes the jeering. What, friend Shushu? We want Great Tree! You watch as Sakura tries to rein in her panic and raises her loudspeaker shakily. The same loudspeaker that's accompanied her since friend Shushu's debut show. Their first street performance and their first quarrel. She brings the loudspeaker closer to her face, inhales deeply, and then she lets out all her pent-up rage in a deafening roar. Probably not right to use a karaoke there, but oh well. The bellow smacks the audience in the face like a howling wind, rubbing all of French's anger, indignation, and tenacity into everyone's eyes and ears. This isn't the first musical performance. It is a forced connection. This isn't just a musical performance, it's a forced connection. My god, what is this? How are they not breaking their necks with that kind of headbanging? Oh my gosh, we're doing the very first performance from the anime. Fast shoo shoo! Not giving the audience any time to think, Sakura runs straight towards the auditorium and executes the first stage dive. Again? Stage diving already? Oh crap. Amidst her frenzied headbang, and friend Shushu starts singing in an equally frenzied manner. The audience is soon swept away by their demented howls. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Who's doing the chicken dance, Ty? A rooster's loud crow suddenly erupts in the center of the hysteria. Is that the drive-in toy mascot? The drive-in toy mascot flies over the audience over a wire and lands on the stage. He picks up a broken electric cable on the ground and raises it as if he was pulling a sword out of a stone. The next second, the backstage monitor goes black. What was that? What happened? Why did it short out all of a sudden? While everyone around starts panicking in the dark, you smile serenely. You know it is truly friend Shushu's time to shine. He is reaching into his inner Kotaro right now. You lean against the wall in a deserted corridor inside the live house after the performance. Sure, that's great. You take care to keep your voice soft as you talk through the phone. Friend Shushu has an exhausting day and you don't wish to disturb their rest. Of course, no problem. You hang up the call at last and let out a long sigh. Well, is the concert the day after tomorrow's secured? When did you appear? Answer me. Yes, the organizer wishes to keep collaborating with friend Shushu and to propose a new project. What project? They want friend Shushu to do a charity concert. It'll be broadcast on TV and part of the profit will go into promoting Saga's tourism. That includes preserving traditional arts and crafts, conserving historical sites and heritage, funding businesses that sell local specialties and souvenirs, etc. The ninja looks utterly stunned. You can see the darkened streaks of tears on his black face mask. That's wonderful! All my efforts in the last few days haven't gone to waste. Yeah, he also helped out big time tonight. You knew? It couldn't have been any more obvious. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps come from the other end of the corridor. Commander, are you there? They've come looking for me. Perfect timing for them to think... Ninja? The ninja has vanished without a trace. There you are, Commander. Yeah, just here for some fresh air. All that screaming has left me a bit lightheaded. Everyone's waiting for you. Let's head back. They're all looking forward to the after party. Alright, let's go. You start making for Friend Shushu's dressing room, but you notice Sakura keeping up after taking several steps. She stands rooted to the spot by the window where you just had conversation with a ninja, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Sakura?
Oh, sorry, I spaced out. What were you thinking about? I was just thinking, it has been such a miraculous evening. First, the door magically opened by itself when Tai and I randomly got stuck in the storeroom. Yeah, a bottle of foundation also came flying in through the window when Junko and I were panicking in the dance studio. It wasn't the right shade, but at least that got us out of our pickle. Same here. We've been searching for the outfits the whole evening to no avail. Then they just magically appeared by the door. It really spooked Lily.
You smile as you gaze into the night outside the window. Someone must be watching over Friend Shushu. Why is Kotaro just not here? Why are we acting as if we're Kotaro? The heck is even going on? Let's see, what was that? That was 5. Beating Great Tree in the showdown has bolstered your spirits considerably, and you've shared that encouragement with everyone. However, the only one paying attention to your speech is Lily. Ai is staring at the computer instead. You and Lily look over her shoulder and realize she's watching an iron-filled concert. And when you look at the screen, your feelings of delight are promptly extinguished. I ask for your opinion on the situation. You are forced to admit that right now, Friend Shushu is a long way off from being on Iron-Fill's level, and Ai agrees. You are pleased to learn that Ai has set her sights far beyond your present victory. She also tells you that no matter how long it takes, she's going to make Friend Shushu the best idol group there is. Inside the karaoke box, the noise outside keeps Sakura and Junko from practicing. You open the door and see a bunch of tough-looking punks outside. They notice you staring and force themselves into the karaoke box. And they shove you to the ground without mercy, dang. As Junko and Sakura look on nervously, the kid who looks like their leader suddenly takes off his jacket and asks them to sign it. Oh, they're fans. As it turns out, they've been completely won over by Friend Shushu's death metal concert. Sakura mentions that Junko is not feeling well today and steps up to handle this fan meeting. A crazed fan is unhappy with this and approaches Junko. After great effort, you wriggle out of the crowd and stop him from going any further, while also smoothly changing the subject to something else. After the fans leave, Junko apologizes to you. She knows that refusing to interact with fans is bad for an idol's reputation in this day and age. But she still can't do it, and it ended up causing trouble for you and Sakura. You encourage Junko not to force herself to change. A fan who truly likes her will also appreciate her Showa-era reserve. Right, back then, fans and the idols were like very, very separate. Like, they didn't even do meet and greets, I think. In order to get the word out to as many people as possible, you pretend to visit the bathhouse for a bath. But in truth, you're there to advertise Friend Shushu's concert. After repeated complaints from the other customers, you are asked to leave the premises. Yugiri meets you at the door, and after learning what happened to you, she can't help but laugh. After that, she takes the flyers you made and enters the bathhouse. By the time she emerges, they're all gone. Shocked, you ask how she did it, but she merely deflects the question. After that, with her help, you manage to distribute all the flyers that you ordered. You are at a loss of how to thank Yugiri, and she asks that you grant her a wish. After leaving her, you hurry over to the TV studio for the afternoon's recording. While you wait, you open the bento Yugiri made for you and find her wish. I hope you'll take your meals on time and take care of yourself. Oh, that was it? How nice. Inside the fast food restaurant, Sake goes out distributing Friend Shushu flyers with you, and the fast food restaurant's owner even goes so far as to organize a Friend Shushu event as well.
This is a result of the trust that Saki has worked so hard to build. Despite your efforts, the results are average at best. It's plain to see that Friend Shushu just doesn't have the fame of Grey Tree. During the break, Saki suddenly snaps at you out of your funk and proposes an idea. When mealtime comes around, you address the customers with their store's bullhorn, saying that there'll be a free show to go with the meal. Oh dang. Right after that, Saki pops up in the middle of the store and performs a Friend Shushu song for the customers. This is when her hard work bears fruit and Saki's voice draws many patrons. Oh. I don't remember if they actually did this song. This might be a season 2 thing. Nice. In fact, one of the customers goes up to Saki when paying his bill to apologize to her. As it turns out, he was the caller who dissed Saki on air during the previous radio show. However, Saki's performance moved him, a fact which pleases Saki too. At last, a promotion campaign begins to take off. A delighted Saki recalls the happy gathering she had in the past, and once again, she thinks of her old friends. And I don't want to click off because this is such a good song. I'm glad that these soundtracks are in the story viewer though. It's pretty good. You go to the convenience store with Tai during a break in her practice session to get some water. The clerk eagerly promotes several brands which are having promotions at the moment. You coldly refuse because you don't have money. But the clerk doesn't give up and instead tries to push lottery tickets on you, which are going to be drawn in 10 minutes. You calmly refuse the sale, but the cunning clerk has already tempted Tai into choosing lottery numbers. You weep inside as Tai picks 111111 and asks Tai to throw it away since you're certain that there's no way it'll win anything. I mean, that number has an equal chance to win as any number. It's just repeating numbers seem like they're so much rarer than random numbers. But it's an equal chance as far as I'm concerned. 10 minutes later, the draw results are revealed. The winning ticket is 111111. You and the store clerk go mad with joy and drag Tai with you as you search for the bin into which she might have thrown the ticket. After rummaging through all the rubbish bins in the city, you still can't find the ticket. Utterly dejected and filled with regret, you prepare to leave a will behind as you depart this cruel world. Just then, Tai hands you a piece of paper. It's the winning ticket. You instantly regain the will to live and eagerly go off to redeem your prize. Tai stands in place, probably wondering where your will has gone. We have money now. Or something. You are sitting inside the television studio, feeling a little anxious. Once Friend Shushu's concert was confirmed last night, you resolved to help them promote it so that more people can see their audience. This is why you're here. You have made every preparation. You believe that Friend Shushu has steeled themselves for what's to come. Let me know when you're ready. Right. You can say that Friend Shushu has placed their fate in your hand. This isn't the first time you held sway over others' fate, but this is very different. What you have in your hand is the girl's dreams. And you will fight for these dreams to the bitter end. I'm ready. Then let's begin. Beep. You look up at the camera and put on your most sincere smile. Hold on. Huh? Give me a rough idea on how you're planning to sell this. Make it wholesome, sentimental, keep it cool and professional. Show off your sense of humor and be approachable. I want to go the friendly and approachable route. Make Friend Shushu seem more down to earth. I want Friend Shushu to leave a good impression on the audience so that they'll come and support us at the concert. Let's hear you rehearse it. Friend Shushu. You put on a benevolent smile and start introducing the group in a friendly and jocular tone. All 7 members were selected from girls with ordinary backgrounds. They are positively radiant on stage, but they're no different from the ordinary girls around you in daily life. They are very skilled singers and dancers, but they also are flawed like ordinary people. They're clumsy, they also sometimes literally quite lose their heads. They're also very childish and have a habit of gnawing on others' heads. But the moment they put their idol outfits and step on stage, they stop. Production assistant interrupts you expressionlessly. You think you're funny, don't you? Yep. You nod with confidence. I believe such an introduction will make the audience find Franshushu very approachable. Coming to our concert will feel as natural as coming home to them. It might be your imagination, but you think you just saw a vein throbbing on the production assistant's temple. Right, go ahead and relax for a bit. I'll write you a script. Thank you very much. Hold on, why do I feel like I've been tricked? Should I come up with another idea then? No, thank you. Just wait outside. The production assistant starts rushing to put together a script. Mind is going everywhere. The production assistant starts rushing to put together your script as you leave the studio with an enigmatic smile. There we go. You enter the VVVVIP room that the production unit has reserved for you. The moment you walk through the door, you spot a familiar figure waiting for you by the window. Kalina. It's been a while, Commander. Who'd have thought Franshushu would improve by leaps and bounds in just a few days? What do you want with me? Oh, don't be so cold. Kalina enthusiastically invites you to take a seat. You can see the dollar signs gleaming in her eyes. Let's talk business that will benefit both of us. I'm busy right now. Maybe some other day. You're about to get up and ask her to leave, but she grabs you by the arm before you can say anything. I'm very interested in the griffin basie you mentioned the other day. I did some research after our conversation, but all I could find about was... Girls Frontline is a gacha and real-time strategy mobile game that features a fascinating story. Oh, jeez. It's just a game in this world. That's it. Wow. Hundreds of tea-dolls illustrated by renowned artists. What is it with this plug? Renowned artists assemble a griffin. In these dark times, what will fate have in store for the Griffin Commander and the tea-dolls? Commander, please give the order. You are the Griffin Commander mentioned here, yeah? Word has it you have hundreds of tea-doll subordinates. If we can turn them all into idols, actually, you can just organize an idol boot camp. It will be an insanely lucrative business opportunity. Turn all the girls into idols. I mean, a decent amount of them are probably idols already. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you agree I have a point? Please give me a tour of this griffin base. I might even agree to working as your so-called adjutant. All the things you have experienced in this last few days flash before your eyes. All the laughter and tears you have shared with Franshushu. The sense of confusion and loss when you try to reconnect with the Griffin dolls. Franshushu laughing through tears after their performance last night. They gathered around and embraced you to express their genuine gratitude for your support. Griffin Commander? You snicker as you rise to your feet, as if in defiance of the destiny forced onto you. Right now, I'm Franshushu's commander. Commander. I should head back to the studio and start campaigning for Franshushu. You bid Kalina farewell and return to the television studio. You are fully aware this isn't the Kalina that you know, but you still suddenly feel conflicted about leaving everything behind. You suddenly realize that at this moment, you truly have become part of Franshushu. You stick together through thick and thin. Huh. Oh, we only have 2 scenes for day 6 night. Okay. Makes things a little easy on me. You arrive early at the dance studio to begin your preparation. There is still half an hour before Franshushu's scheduled rehearsal, so you decide to use this time to clean the place. Swish, swish, the sound of a broom sweeping the floor almost obscures someone's approaching footsteps. You stop sweeping, but you are in no hurry to turn around to look at the visitor. So this is where Franshushu usually practices their dance numbers? The visitor strides in front without waiting for a reply. The surface of the floor is too rough, the sound system is atrocious, and the AC is broken. All in all, a terrible training environment. Do you think French should practice dancing at such an appalling place? A person's brilliance is not tarnished no matter where they are. You turn around slowly and take in the silver hair, the cold features. MG5. Hello, French Shushu's commander. You no longer expect any Griffin dolls to recognize you, but you still can't help but feel a little disappointed. What are you doing here? I came to see what kind of environment has nurtured a group that can defeat Grey Tree. As you can see, it's just an ordinary dance studio. MG5 walks over to the corner where you stashed your training info and records. She picks up the latest logbook and starts flipping through it. Those are all records of French Shushu's daily training. Flip, flip. MG5's fingers glides over line after line of all the things you have written down every day. Her face remains expressionless the entire time, so you don't really know what to say. She looks at you once she has leafed through the whole book in her hands. Frankly speaking, these records are quite amateurish. I know, but I find them very touching. Huh? To be under such earnest and caring observation, to have your every gesture, expression, even your daily mood all recorded so meticulously. It's a very lucky thing indeed. MJ5 puts down the logbook and recomposes herself. Thank you for obliging my sudden visit. I've learned a lot and got a better understanding of French Shushu. I'll be taking my leave. She brushes past you and exits the silent dance studio quietly, leaving no trace of her having been there. The corner of your lips shifts a little wistfully. You couldn't bring yourself to tell her what you wanted to say. I've been watching you all the same way at the Griffin base, MG5. I'm heading off then. Have a good one. You take off your store uniform and change into your own clothes before setting off to go back to the mansion. As you pass by the tracks, you notice two familiar figures huddled up and whispering to each other. Say, do you think M1887 would like this dark red mineral water? Take off your sunglasses first. It doesn't feel red enough. Never mind. Hey, don't forget why we're here. I know, I just asked the customer at the door. It's not the French Shushu member's shift yet. This convenience store has terrible hygiene. Look, dust on the rack behind their products. Put away your magnifying glass. You stop walking and sneak up behind the two. Hello? French Shushu's commander? Yes, it's been a while. M1897 and Type 80 of Grey Tree. What are you doing here? Cleaning, obviously. Well, we're just about to buy some lollipops. You look up at the drone hiding behind a hanging banner in the convenience store, and the other drone hiding on an empty shelf. I'm sure buying lollipops require a lot of recon effort. Drones are allowed in the convenience store? Right. I see. And how can they be so silent? Drones are usually pretty darn loud. You know they have no memory of being your subordinates, but you still can't help but smile at them. I'm just saying if. What? If you're here to run into French Shushu, I'm afraid you won't this afternoon. They're all focusing on their training. Oh, that's a shame. You'll get to see them at the concert tomorrow evening. Right, let's go then. Type 80 recalls her drone and drags M1897 off. Wait, what now? You give Type 80 a pack of bubblegum. Bubblegum seems to be more like your thing. Huh? Type 80 blowing bubbles. You make no effort to explain yourself. You leave the convenience store after bidding them farewell. Once you're out the door, Type 80 puts a piece of bubblegum into her mouth, a bit incredulously. I want one too. I do enjoy this better than lollipops. Type 80 blows a bubble with practiced ease as she brushes your receding back. Pop.
So, what was that exchange about?
You and the French Rouge girls are all gathered in the living room of the mansion late night. You have been going through the rundown of the concert tomorrow countless times. I think we're all pretty clear. We should revise it, but should we revise it one last time? Enough, Sakura. We have the whole thing memorized. Relax, the concert will go smoothly. But we don't know how many people will show up. The living room, which was very lively just seconds ago, goes quiet in an instant. Sorry, We're all worried, but all we can do is the best we can. Besides, the commander's been working very hard to promote the concert for us. I'm sure it'll all pay off. Yeah, don't overthink it. Just relax and make sure to rest up tonight. Lily has made some hot chocolate. Have some and get a good night's sleep. The other's comforting words seem to have alleviated much of Sakura's concern. But you notice that neither Saki nor Tai has joined in on the discussion. Instead, they keep hanging by the door, looking outside. What are you looking at? Hush. She seems to be saying Romero's name. What's the matter? You feel compelled to also lower your voice. Look over there. In the quiet courtyard, Romero is standing below a tree. He is staring intently at the foliage like he has spotted something. We don't get to see Romero. Don't make a fuss, Commander. Let's not alarm the others. But we have an intruder in the courtyard. Romero is keeping an eye on them. What? Who could it be? You start feeling nervous. Franchou's important concert is tomorrow. It would be bad if some journalist with some questionable ethics managed to snap photos of the girls without their makeup. You decide to go out there to make sure this doesn't happen, but Saki has already beaten you to it. Let's go take a look. Don't be scared, I got you. Right. Oh, she's probably trying to prove that she's also very tough. The three of you stop under the tree. The leaves are swaying gently in the night breeze. Oh, there's Romero. Glad to see you in your horrid form here and not the cutesy form that we could possibly see. She mimics the barking very seriously. Get down from the tree. If you don't, I'll lift Romero up to get you. Don't. That voice, don't tell me. Oh, it's a die-hard fan. Commander, save me! So it's really you. Get down. The masked girl with silver hair slides down along the tree trunks shakily. Who are you? I'm your fan. Huh? You're telling me a suspicious creep like you? Arr! The masked girl inhales deeply, then starts singing with a trembling voice. La 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 la. She sings one of Saki's individual songs while perfectly replicating all of Saki's body language. Oh, stop. You're making me embarrassed. I really am your fan. I believe you. What are you doing here? The masked girl produces a whiteboard out of nowhere. 2 words are written on it in large font. You and the French girl sit solemnly around the coffee table. The room is utterly silent as you stare unblinkingly at the whiteboard that is currently lying on the table. 2 large words have been written on it with a black marker pen. Sold out. Before you can wrap your head around the implication of the words, frenzied shouting can be heard from outside the window. Sold out! Sold out! Sold out! She seems to be mimicking Saki. Saki and Tai are trying to blow off some of their excitement by shouting and running around. I've been staring at the words for so long they don't even register as words in my brain anymore. Sold out. The dictionary definition would be having all available tickets sold completely and especially in advance. So basically, people have bought up all the tickets for our concert? Yep, they're all snatched up. Some scalpers are even trying to reap a profit by reselling tickets at a rip-off price. Looks like we won't have to perform to an almost non-existent crowd this time. Really? In that case, just enjoy the show. Focus on your preparations, you have a tough battle ahead of you. The masked girl gives Sakura, who still looks incredulous, an encouraging pat. Her whole being seems to radiate reassurance. Someone tugs at your sleeve. Commander, who is this exactly? How come she just slid into our conversation as if it's the most natural thing in the world? Oh, right, I didn't even question it. Excuse me, you are... Oh, introductions. This is... The masked girl stops you. She lets out a gleeful chuckle, then clears her throat. La 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 la. She breaks effortlessly into the dance routine of a number that Franchusha has once performed. Her moves are impeccable. What? All the moves. That's right, I'm your fan. I'll be there to support you at the concert tomorrow. You can't shake the feeling there's more to this masked girl's chuckle, but there's no time to think much of it right now. Franchusha's joy and surprise wash over you like a wave. All you can do is join them in sharing their exhilaration. Okay, well, final day. We may as well just go through it. Early in the morning, you and I encounter Saki, who's acting a little weird. After a brief period of awkwardness, Saki asked Ai to perform some of Iron Frill's dance moves for her. This bothers Ai, and she refuses Saki's request. You, on the other hand, ask Saki for her reasons. Turns out she heard about Ai studying Iron Frill concert videos, and it made her think about how Ai was once a legendary idol. As Franchusha's leader, she wants to see what the peak of the industry looks like so she could do more for the group. You can tell that Saki isn't talking about her doubts regarding her role as leader, and so you correct her. The truth is, Saki is a leader that everyone acknowledges. She just has to be herself and not stress herself out too much. In order to prove it, you show her a few pieces of fan merchandise that you've prepared. Saki is surprised to find a lot of biker gang elements incorporated into their design. You tell Saki that the only way Franchusha will surpass Iron Frill is if everyone works together. Saki is fired up by your encouragement. Afterwards, Ai thanks you as well. Right before the concert? Inside the karaoke box, Junko and Lily are making the final checks for tonight's performance. Upon hearing your footsteps, Lily pokes her little head out of a bunch of costumes and eagerly shares her new ideas with you. Lily believes that part of Franchusha's charm is that everyone has their own special characteristics, and she wants her costumes to reflect that. Lily even has a matching costume for you since you're also an important member of Franchusha. Meanwhile, Junko is listening to a recording of their practice session. After several songs, you suddenly hear one with markedly different style, like sunset clouds after a long day. You remember hearing something like this when you were watching TV with Lily. Junko notices your curiosity and tells you this was her first #1 hit single, and that she listens to it whenever she needs to cheer herself up. You can definitely see how she managed to top the national charts with it back then, and you ask if she misses the past. Junko shakes her head and says that she'll get back up there together with Franchusha. So who's at the bathhouse, Yugiri? You're going to begin the final preparations for the show this afternoon. As the stress begins to get to you, you decide to relax for a bit by going to the bathhouse. However, you unexpectedly run into a bunch of Franchusha's anti-fans, a bunch of antis, who are doing their best to smear the quality of Franchusha's performance. You bite back your anger and decide to ignore them. Oh, it's Tai. Then you hear angry growling from the main hall, which you immediately identify as Tai's. The two antis don't understand what Tai is raging at them about, but they find it very noisy and decide to leave after bathing for just a while. At last, you can continue soaking in peace. Soon, however, screams of alarm from the outside shatter your peace once again. and you immediately put on your clothes to see what's going on. You happen to see Tai biting the two aunties and refusing to let go. Lots of forged smear material on Franshushu falls out of their tote bags as she does. You pretend to go up to stop her, but in truth, you work in tandem with Tai to turn the tables on them. After the aunties apologize profusely for their misdeeds, Tai finally lets go of them. So she just wanted to show them up. I see. I see. You enter the fast food restaurant and see Yugiri packing bentos. Before her lie the dishes she has made for Franshushu. She says that there will be many things to do before the concert and they may need to spend the whole day at the venue. So she's packing some food for them ahead of time. You notice that she's thoughtfully prepared some dishes and portions for each member of Franshushu. This is how Yugiri diverts her attention. She divides every important task into multiple small chunks and focuses all her energy on completing each one. By the time she's done, there is a sense of accomplishment. She believes that you're the same way with Franshushu, finishing one little thing every day until the present moment, where both you and they have gained tremendously different things. That's it? I thought there would be a little bit more to that one. This is the last time you're working part-time with Sakura. You want to say something to her, but you don't want to distract her before the show. In contrast to you, Sakura is in high spirits due to the success of the rehearsal, and her thoughts are of Franshushu's bright future. Oh, the truck just shows up in the middle of nowhere. Wait. Wasn't this truck because Kotaro ran her over? I think that's what happened. However, as Sakura is walking on the side of the road, a truck makes a beeline straight for her. Stunned, Sakura can't react in time. You try to save her, but you use too much force and pull off her arm instead. Fortunately, you react quickly and scoop Sakura into your arms with your other hand, narrowly avoiding the speeding truck. Despite being rattled by the experience, Sakura's first instinct is to reassure you that she's fine, that as a zombie she can't die. Still, you can't help but feel sorry for her because it's guts hurt even if it isn't fatal. You're worried that after you leave, her continuous string of misfortunes will make her feel sad and alone. However, Sakura shakes her head. She says she'll imagine having you by her side so she won't be afraid anymore. You relax at last. Perhaps the same thing applies to you too. Well. Okay, noontime. After a busy afternoon in the living room of the mansion, you take hasty sips from your scalding hot coffee and jot down important information with your other hand while you're on the phone. Right, outdoor variety show, Saturday. I've noted that down. Pleasure to be working with you. The phone rings again the moment you hang up. The entire afternoon has been like this. You have a mounting suspicion that the telephone is a device that rings non-stop when the receiver is down. Hello, this is Franshushu. You can only pick up call after call and jot down everything. Right now, Franshushu's charity concert is getting a lot of media coverage. The fans have also been busy promoting it on many online forums. Rolling your stiff and tired neck and shoulders, you seize this brief moment of respite to think about the performance tonight. All the efforts you put in these past few days will bear fruit in this very performance. You wonder how it will go. Commander, do you need a break? I'm okay. A pair of gentle hands start massaging your shoulders. Your empty coffee mug has also been refilled. Don't get too engrossed in your work, Commander. It's a sunny day, so you should go and get some sun. Yeah, work can wait. I'll be right there. Stop dawdling, the sun will be gone before you know it. You're just about to answer another call when Saki pulls out the power cable from the socket. You stare at the telephone that has instantly gone quiet. It suddenly dawns on you that this is the first time someone has asked you to work less, not more. Come on, it's so warm and pleasant outside. Just get up already. At the girl's insistent urging, you stand up from the soft and comfortable sofa and head outside lethargically. Oh, we actually get the view of the porch. Nice. The amount of sunshine is just perfect. The calm surface of the sea glistens as it reflects the light. You listen to the sound waves lapping against the reefs and breathe in the fresh air deeply. Now that you are finally relaxed, you notice just how exhausted you really are. What a beautiful day it is. If only this moment could last forever. You nod in wholehearted agreement. Let's do something to preserve this memory. We will always remember how we feel right now. But what should we do? Take a photo. Create a hand painting together on the wall. Photo! Why does it sound like that in the background? Let's take a group photo. Oh right, we've never taken any pictures together. Everyone huddle close. Ai has already turned on the front-facing camera on her phone. Through the blurry screen, you can see everyone packing in around you anxiously. I'll take it. Is everyone ready? Hold on, Liz's hair is messy. It's perfect the way it is. What about me? Is my face too close? You all look lovely. Ow! She numbs someone's head. Stop dawdling already, come on, say cheese! Saki snaps a photo before you're ready. I haven't put on the right expression. Same here. Don't sweat it, it's fine as long as we're all in there. You open the image on the phone's album. The girls' faces are all squished against yours, completely filling the small screen. Your expressions are a bit wonky, but the happiness of the moment is perfectly preserved. You love this photo. Let me see. Alright, save it for later. We need to pack our things and set off. Yes, it's time we head for the venue and started preparing for the performance. Righto, let's be off. You snap yourself out of your leisurely mood and also make your way back inside to begin the final preparations. She seems to have spotted something. What is it? Tai suddenly lunges at the railing and points at the riling waves near the coast. You follow her gaze, but there's nothing in the sea. Unintelligible gibberish. Stop drilling all over the fish in the sea, come on. Tai keeps looking back at the ocean even as she walks away. Out of curiosity, you tarry a little. The waves splash on rhythmically, and nothing is happening. Maybe Tai was just mistaken. So you carry on and return to the living room without noticing. Oh, it's Kotaro. Kotaro has been watching the entire time. The strange man wearing a black suit and sunglasses in the corner of the photo. He furtively pokes his head into the frame like a gatecrasher, as well as a silent protector. Wait, he never actually shows up in the story until then? Okay, I know there are multiple endings to this, but let's go ahead and just do ending number 9. Yeah, let's just do ending number 9 for this one. And the afterward. Because I think that's about how much time I got left for today. Bang! You rush into the living room of the mansion and start rummaging around in a panic. Wait, what's going on here? Saki, help me find it. Okay, the performance is only 2 hours away, but you're forced to return to the mansion riding behind Saki and her motorbike because you've forgotten to bring some important IDs. You have absolutely no memory of where you've left the IDs, so you're searching through every possible place in the living room frantically. Your anxiety level increases with every minute. Come on, IDs, we're gonna be late if we don't show ourselves soon. What's the rush? Don't worry, I'll make sure we get back in time. Saki pokes her head out of the messy clutter and thumps her chest confidently. Your anxiety lets up a little, and you continue with the search. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Come out already. Where the hell are they? Clatter. The sound of furious rummaging sounds through every corner of the living room. At long last, 15 minutes after you started your demolition. Commander, I got them. Great. Now let's be on our way. Let's go. 10 minutes later, you look at the map in your hands and at the street in front of you. Saki, I don't think we're on the right path. Stop fussing, I'm just taking a shortcut. We'll get to the venue with time to spare. Okay. You put down the map dutifully and decide to trust Saki. A while later, you are shaken awake while the motorbike comes to an abrupt halt. What happened? Are we there yet? You took the wrong turn, didn't you? Saki? I think I might be lost. Huh? Didn't you say you knew this shortcut? Why are you yelling at me? The shortcut somehow led me here. The landscape is unfamiliar. The streets are unfamiliar. You flip through the map in a futile attempt to find out where you are. Ring, ring, ring. Your cell phone rings. Hello? What the hell are you up to? The show is set to begin in an hour. As a producer and manager, how come you still haven't submitted your papers? I found them on my way. How far away are you? You look around the deserted neighborhood helplessly, trying to find something that can clue you in on your current location. You're not lost, are you? You got lost in Saga? Hey, you can get lost in Saga. It's not that difficult. I'm not from around these parts, so what if I got lost? Didn't you bring number 2 with you? You glance at Saki, who is crouching by the road. She looks away glumly. Alright, tell me what obvious signposts you can see around you. I'll come around and get you. Okay, I'm seeing... You scan the sparse buildings around you carefully. What buildings? There are none here. A few tall trees with yellowing leaves, a small river flowing right by me. There's a convenience store across the street from me. Do you have any idea how many places in Saga matches this description? No, not really. Just stay where you are and wait for me. He hangs up angrily. Hey, what are we gonna do? Wait, was there no GPS on the phone? I'm pretty sure smartphones existed at this point, and you could probably get like a GPS location. Wait for the production assistant to come and get us? How long would that take? Rumbling, the revving engines of several motorbikes interrupt your conversation. A dozen young people dressed like biking gangsters appear in these remote suburbs. They pull over to the side of the road while having a heated argument. You and Saki look at them reflexively. I'll see what their deal is. Saki gets to her feet with the intention to mediate this argument. Remembering what happened before, you pull her back immediately. No, get on the bike. We'll hang around somewhere else. Why? Just get moving. Stop asking questions. You jump onto the back seat behind Saki and the two of you drive away. Sometime later... Wait, this looks familiar. I think this is one of the CGs from a previous event. This kind of reminds me a little bit of the Gunslinger Girls event. Yeah, that background. You're crouching on the side of the road with your phone pressed against your ear. So you're telling me while I'm out looking for you, you've moved somewhere else? Yeah. I don't even know what to say. Number 1, I'll let you talk to your commander. Commander, it's me. Are there any eye-catching landmarks around you? We got to return to the venue soon. I think we're not far from the forest park. We're by a lake. There's a sign that says no fishing. A lake with no fishing sign near the forest park. I understand. We'll find you as soon as we can. Sakura hangs up. You sit down next to Saki and join her in spacing out. It was my fault. I should have tried to be clever and taken any shortcuts. Don't say that. You just wanted to get us back to the venue quickly. Besides, all thanks to you that we found the IDs in time. You're right. The grim mood lets up a little. You take out the pouch in which the IDs are stored as you chatter with Saki. Zwap. You unzip the pouch. You find it completely empty. Well, the tension that has just eased up returns instantly. Saki turns her head stiffly to stare at you. She opens her quivering lips as if to say something. Oh, there's cars. A sharp braking sound rings out next to you. Commander, Saki, we got you finally. Sakura jumps out of the car carefully and runs towards you. Gosh, I wasn't expecting so much drama over some IDs. Anyway, good thing we got them back. Now let's get going. What are you still waiting for? Get in the car. The show begins in just 15 minutes. 15 minutes? The production assistant honks his car horn impatiently. What's the matter? Why do you look so deathly pale? Do you have an upset stomach? Commander? You raise the pouch painfully and show everyone its empty contents. What's the meaning of this? If I remember correctly, this is the pouch in which Commander stores our IDs. Huh? What? The production assistant's wretched howl echoes through the quiet lakeside. In the end, you got delayed so much that all the audience has left by the time you finally arrive at the venue. The organizers have angrily backlisted friend Shushu. You have no choice but to delay the venue and return to the mansion. Oh, is ending number 9 the bad ending? Friend Shushu put on a show in the living room of the mansion. As their only audience, you watched their performance, for which they have put in a lot of effort on the sofa. You got to admit the quality of their performance has room for improvement, but their sincerity and earnestness certainly shine through. They keep up their dazzling smiles on the stage as you dissolve into a sobbing mess. If only you had. You can't stop beating yourself over what happened. Then, like sudden power outage, everything goes dark around you. A power cut? Nobody answers you. Splash. The waves strike the hull of the boat rhythmically. The salty sea air is laced with a barely noticeable tinge of floral fragrance. What's going on? The wheel of fate has started to turn again. You may have a chance to put things right. What do you mean? It has been set in motion since long ago. It will not stop now. The boat suddenly surges forward at high speed. You can hear the sound of this boat cutting through the surface of the sea. Somehow you have a feeling you're about to be given a second chance. Okay, so that was a bad ending. That was a bad ending. I guess let's try ending number 1. If it's not ending number 1, I'm just gonna skip to an ending I know probably works. Ooh. Nice track. Thump thump thump. The resolute beats sounds for the last time. You can no longer tell if it's your own heartbeat or the stomping on the stage. In any case, a sound that signifies the end of the performance rings in your ears. Your tense body loosens up as the applause and cheers come rushing in from around you like a tidal wave. Shoo! Encore! Encore! Thank you! Thank you for your support! Sakura's and Saki's voices are drowned out by the applause and cheers. The stage lights outline the girls' features and illuminate the beads of sweat on their faces. The show is over. Relief washes over you. Despite some minor mishaps along the way, the performance was brilliant overall, which is evident from the audience's response. Thank you! Fan Shushu! The curtain comes down, and you can't help but let out a shout of your own as Friend Shushu slowly disappears behind the curtain. The shout has been bubbling inside you for a long time, and it's filled with your support and hope for Friend Shushu. Now it's time for you to join them in their celebration. Excuse me, coming through! Oh dang, that's a lot of people. However, the crowd, still buzzing from the performance, blocks your path like solid concrete. You try to circle around helplessly, but to no avail. You're at your wit's end when someone tugs at you. Yo, hello again. The masked girl with silver hair has appeared out of nowhere again. What are you doing here? Hey, I'm French Shushu's number one fan. Of course I'd be here on such an important performance. You were on the stage just a few songs ago. You pointed at the stage. Late Night Cafe and Grey Tree made a guest appearance and performed during the concert as well. Among the members of Grey Tree was a keyboardist that you've never seen before. What? Oh, she's supposed to be a Grey Tree keyboarder. I mean, I guess G11 did use a keyboard for this particular costume. That was you, wasn't it? Grey Tree's mysterious member. What are you talking about? Grey Tree? That's just a group I've been a fan of before. You looked the silver-haired girl up and down suspiciously. Even through the mask, you can feel a sly gaze boring into your face. You've been puzzling about this enigmatic girl ever since you first met her, and your doubts have only grown as you spent time over the past few days. You decide to seize this opportunity to get some answers. Who are you? You refuse to take off your mask. Is it to hide your special identity? Oops, you got me there. You snicker, just as you thought. In fact, I've been banned from all major performance venues. Why? Because several idol groups have reported me as a stalker. Now, don't get the wrong idea, I am not a stalker. I'm just particularly interested in going through idol groups' trash cans and digging up things about their daily lives. You are a stalker. You realize she's trying to throw you off by spouting nonsense. You point at her angrily, but she just grabs your finger. I saw you wandering aimlessly. You're trying to get backstage, yeah? You got me there. Indeed. Also, I know a shortcut. The outpour of indignation that you were just about to unleash on her is stuck in your throat as you eye her hesitantly. Come on, I'll show you the way. Following the silver-haired girl, you soon reach a backstage corridor. You are still weighing if you should give her a piece of your mind when she turns to leave. Aren't you going to say hello to friend Shushu? Nope, you should be spending time alone with each other. Right, thanks. Commander, don't forget that there are others waiting for you to return. Huh? You turn around, but the corridor is completely deserted except for you. Oh hey, it's this picture. As you push open the door to the VVVIP's dressing room, the noise inside hits you smack in the face. We smashed it! She seems really fired up. You take in the palpable elation in the room and feel a little conflicted. You've been working so hard just for this moment, but now that the moment is upon you, you cower in fear. Like Cinderella, who has dressed up lavishly for the ball, you leave in a panic as the clock strikes 12. Did I miss something? No, I didn't. There you are, Commander. They would have blown the ceiling off the place if you hadn't shown up. You smile and walk towards the girls, who are all in a frenzy. Yuguri hands you a bottle that she's prepared. This will be a celebratory drink. It should be the MVP who opens it. Yeah, the commander has really done so much for us. That's not the point. This is supposed to be your moment, you know? Open already, Commander. Lily is thirsty. Wait, can you drink this? Champagne? Okay, I'll get a bottle opener. You walk absentmindedly up to the table in the corner and rummage through a pile of miscellaneous items. The show is clearly over and you know how things are going to end, so you don't understand why you're so fretful. You have been hiding in the safest fortress in the world. No matter how hard it storms outside, you're not affected at all. Unless... What's this? You come across a strange pair of sunglasses as you search through the clutter. For some unfathomable reason, you decide to put them on. Kotara's sunglasses? The lenses of these sunglasses are pitch black, and once you put them on, the entire world grows dark. Splash. The waves strike the hull of the boat rhythmically. The salty air is laced with barely noticeable tinge of floral fragrance. Oh, this thing again. Hold on, what's happening? You try to take off the sunglasses, but your panicked fingers find nothing on your face. The wheel of fate is turning once more. What does that mean? Who are you? Life is a tree, and time flows like water from the crown to each branch. Don't you want to find out what fruit is born at the end of each branch? Stop talking to me in riddles. It has been set in motion since long ago. It will not stop now. The boat suddenly surges forward at high speed. You can hear the sound of its bow cutting through the surface of the sea. And we're back at the base. You open your eyes. At this very moment, you seem to be lying on the floor with a blanket wrapped haphazardly around you. What's going on? Your mind is blank. You feel like you have had a very long dream, but you cannot recall anything about it. Beep beep beep. The communicator on the desk beeps sharply. Commander, you're finally picking up. Are you alright? I seem to have overslept and had a long, long dream. I'm glad you're okay. What'd you dream about? I didn't become a boss and give you a cold shoulder, did I? I don't remember, but you kinda did. What a shame. Anyway, just go ahead and take the day off. I pushed all your meetings today to Friday. Thank you, Callan. You're welcome. After getting off the comms, you look blankly at the television screen, which is still showing the selection menu of the same game. You crack up at the ridiculously childish options. Please select your preferences for the following options. Zombie idol, elegant doll idol. What if we pick zombie idol again? You randomly pick an option and get up to tidy your room. You do not notice that the cursor has ignored your selection and is moving resolutely towards option C. Click. The wheel of fate starts spinning again. And you're looping in the game. Okay, I think there's like an epilogue here. We'll take a look at the epilogue. But it's not quite as peak as, let's say, as the Valhalla event. That was actually pretty good, like super, super good. This is like a fever dream. At least for the commander, there's a fever dream that definitely feels like it's definitely a collab moment. It kind of makes me wonder, how the heck did the Joshin event even work? If this is how this one worked. For the one thing though that I think we're missing here that probably would have made the experience a lot better is if we had the idol training performance thing, but we didn't have that. So yeah, Valhalla is a little hard to match. I think Valhalla was their first really, really good writing period in the game, and it's, I don't know, that's just peak writing in general. I know there's an event right now going on in Girls Frontline 1. I'm kind of curious to look into it, but at the same time, I'm not sure if we should. You guys let me know if you're in the Discord or you would like to leave a message in the comments after the stream is over, so whether or not I should probably do the current event in Girls Frontline 1, let me know. I'm kind of curious about it. But yeah, let's take a look at the epilogue here before we finish for today. Current event is also very good. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. This one's not bad, but it definitely needed the whole other interface for this to be more immersive. Because you're reading a bunch of summaries along, and I think the other endings would also been pretty good, but they're probably going to be on the longer side, so I don't want to go through all of them. If you want to read it, if you want to read the other endings, the story viewer is in the description, so you can check that out for yourself. Just look for the Zombieland Saga collab. Very hard to miss.
It's like a miracle. A miracle that's destined to go down Saga's history. Friend Shusu's concert. What's going on? Shimmery ribbons and confetti erupt mid-air and flutter down amid the audience's delight gas. The Friend Shushu girls hold up their heads up high as they strike their final pose, the dazzling ribbons and confetti reflected in their eyes.
Thank you. We are Friend Shushu. Friend Shushu! Encore, encore, encore!
Is this a true ending? And endings 1 through 9 are like the other endings you could get? The music has long since stopped, but the audience is still utterly immersed in it. You look over the countless heads still swaying with excitement at Sakura, who is gazing right back at you. With tears glistening in her eyes, she gives you a nod before raising her microphone once more. For the last song of the night, let us all. For the last song of the night, let us all take to the skies. Snap. The lights in the venue suddenly go out, plunging the dazzling world into darkness.
What happened? Where's Friend Shushu?
The audience around you stirs uneasily while you alone chuckle softly in the dark. There is a faint tremor coming from the floor as something seems to lift off in the dark.
Where's the security? Why is the power still out?
Whoosh! The light from the big screen pierces through the darkness. And on the big screen is... Ooh. The girls! And Ta is still munching on something over here. I'm not sure. Is that a giant squid? Friend Shushu riding an airborne hot air balloon.
What? They're in a balloon! Hello, we're gonna perform this last song for you from up here. Make sure to keep your eyes peeled. If you can see us, please wave your glow sticks.
Friend Shushu's figures are clearly displayed on the screen, but everyone in the audience looks up and follows the colorful hot air balloon hovering in the air.
Wow, they're up there!
Yes, they're in the air. You also look up at those faraway girls like you would at stars in the night sky. You can't help but laugh out loud. Only then do you realize you are not actually looking at Friend Shushu up in the night sky, but the familiar steamy ceiling of the bathhouse. Oh, what the heck is this? Friend Shushu? You're finally awake. Huh? You should set off soon. Friend Shushu is already waiting for you at the performance venue. Oh, so the show hasn't actually begun. You drag your limp, lethargic body over the edge of the hot bath and make your way to the lockers laboriously. You dry your hands carefully and open the door to your locker, which contains all the songs you have written in the last few days in a sudden burst of inspiration. Every one of them has the potential to be a massive hit. I wrote these songs especially for Friend Shushu. If they sing them during the concert, it'll surely propel them to stardom and take their career to new heights. You believe that... Oh, what was it? You believe that with great certainty, until you see for yourself what Friend Shushu is doing with the songs you wrote. You have always prided yourself on being a strong-willed person who doesn't give up easily. But on this night you break down. You feel so thoroughly defeated. You lost the will to carry on. What? Why? You have been driven into utter despair, but Friend Shushu is still pressing on with her performance on stage. I'm not in Saga. I'm in hell. I beg you, stop singing! Oh, the performance is really bad. Not a single note has been in tune since the show began. They're completely out of sync when dancing to all the songs. They're never on the beat, and don't even remember the moves. Angry people in the audience are starting to make a scene. Refund! Refund! Refund!
Stop it, what are you doing? Please stop. Let's stop the show for now. The curtain lowers slowly, and Franchushu's pale faces disappear out of the sight. You pull out the music sheets from your satchel with trembling hands. Every song is a painstaking creation, and you've pinned all your hopes and dreams on them. But now they're nothing but waste paper. How did it all come to this? Did you have too much blind faith in your own talent and inspiration that you overlooked Franchushu's training? Or was this destined to happen? Franchushu. Amidst the angry uproar, you mumble nonsensically as everything goes dark around you. And we're back on the boat. Wheel of Fate has turned again. And we're also going to... we're going to get a second chance. How does this work? Hold up, I may as well bring the rest of the screen into place here. How does this work? Here we go. So it's got endings 1 through 9, but there's also this last bit over here. I'm assuming this is ending 10, because some of these don't even have the ending written out here. But it doesn't seem to be ending 10. It's just like a random ending tacked on. So I don't know what that's about. Anyway, this has been a very weird and interesting event. So I'm gonna call it a day here. It's pretty late for me anyway. But thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening in. Not sure what we'll do next week. Well, I'm still gonna think about it. But I'll see you all next time. I'm gonna try to get some of the waiting rooms up tomorrow. So have a good rest, everyone. Have a good rest of your days. And bye-bye.